Dan Sabman gifted a tier 1 sub to Mordumsby.
Yo, what up? How's it going, everybody? Be careful not to look at the sun, because some people are getting game crashes from that. Alright, starting off strong. Thank you very much for the gift sub, Dan. Yeah, it's been a while since I played PowerWash Simulator. It's maybe been... I don't think it's been a full year, but it's been a hot minute. There's been a lot of updates and such. They've been really plugging away at this thing. The sun is a deadly laser. So yeah, I normally if I'm gonna do a whole ass stream of PowerWash Simulator or something like that, I would try and have some stories planned or more stuff to talk about. I guess I've been watching a lot of anime recently. I could talk about anime today. But we're gonna have some tunes. I have updated the stream music playlist with like 60 new songs? Or something like that. I tossed in a bunch of new songs. So we're gonna listen to some music and chill out. Doing some research in starting Path of Exile? Aw, hell yeah. I could talk a whole hell of a lot about Path of Exile. Alright. I suppose day. Good start. My big thing when recommending Path of Exile to people is don't be afraid to use a build. The systems can be kind of overwhelming. Using a build is not giving up. Using a build is just having a guided path through the mechanics, in a way. Oh, bungee gum. Well, it has the properties of gum and rubber. In case you weren't aware. Clean the private jet. Blake Thrust says, perfect timing. As you can see, I've encountered a few issues with my private jet. That's what comes from flying too close to the sun, or in this case, a volcano, and the ocean. After your application and discretion with my excavation drill, I know you're exactly who I want on the job. As you'll discover, my jet is not without its idiosyncrasies. I trust you to be your usual discreet self in return for an excellent rate. Oh, is the game muted? Why is game quiet? Oh, that's a little much. Hold up, let's find a middle ground here. Alright, hopefully that's good.
This streamer is very practiced at washing.
Thank you very much for the $20 donation, Patrick. You're quite a ways in. Well, I've been playing this game on and off since it released. Like, I feel like I started playing not long after it first came out. And it used to be that I used to stream for longer. Like, I used to go for like 5 to 6 hours. So I'd play something for like 3.5, 4 hours-ish, and then I would play PowerWash or something like that for a while. I guess I don't have a lot of reference for Path of Exile stuff. I started a Righteous Fire build in, I think it's the current league. I don't think there's been a new league since I stopped playing last. But yeah, it was... The current league is not stellar, if the current league is still the league that I think it is. But, I mean, the game is always good, basically, so... as for... anime... one character from the Hunter x Hunter, for clarity, Hunter x Hunter, if you want to be correct, kind of fucked me up in a lot of ways. I can't stop thinking about cat girls now, so that's just been my life for a while now, but Hunter x Hunter is really good. But let's see. After I finished Hunter x Hunter, I finished watching all that exists of Hajime no Ippo, and that is also extraordinarily good. But I went through and started watching. I tried to start catching up on a couple of shorter shows. You know, like one season, 13 to 26 episode kind of shows. And one that I'd been meaning to get around to for a while was Baccano. And I finally watched Baccano. I don't think the show is as good as the opening song. I think Guns N' Roses is far and above the best part about Baccano. But the rest of the show is good. I think Baccano is a pretty great show overall. Multiple people told me, like, after the fact, oh, this airplane has a giant laser on it. That's pretty cool. So multiple people told me after the fact that, the first episode of Baccano is... you should just not watch the first episode of Baccano. And after having watched the rest of the show, I believe that is accurate. That first episode is not good. And... so, Baccano is a show that takes place over the course of, like... it follows... the same characters, but in multiple different time periods. Well, time periods. It's like most of the show takes place between 1930 and 1932. So you're hopping between each of these years pretty regularly, and sometimes it'll feel like you jump mid-scene, but it works. It all works. It's not like super jarring or anything. And there's a lot of really cool stuff going on, like, most of the characters are criminals, so they're doing... oh, it's a warning laser. There's a lot of cool crime going on. I think the big things that I was not prepared for going in are that... I don't want to say too much, because I don't want to spoil anything. So, there is one core aspect of the show that I was unaware of going in. And, like, I think it works really well for what the show is. I just wasn't expecting it. The other thing is, I wasn't expecting it to be as gory as it is. I feel like that's something worth knowing getting into it, because some people don't like gore, I don't. The gore didn't bother me that bad due to some other aspects of the show. But there's a lot of fun characters. There is a I don't remember if they're actually married or not, but a lovey-dovey couple that go around doing tons of crime, and they are the absolute best part of the show. But once you start getting into like the actual story of it, like outside of just like this is a bunch of people who do crimes and such, there's a lot of cool stuff going on in that story. I think overall it is a good show. Isaac and Miria, yes! Isaac and Miria are the absolute best parts of the show that are not Guns N' Roses. And the way that the show, like, those characters are awesome, and also the way that the show handles those characters is so good. Like, you know, some people might be into it more for other characters and other storylines and stuff. They might not be all in on goofy crime duo, but if you are in for it, for the goofy crime duo, then it's great. Everything works out fantastic. So yeah, Bakano, I watched the way through. Apparently there are some sequel thingies. What is this? Anti-gravity booster. Oh, I see. He's going to the volcano because that's where his lair is. I see. I imagine you're keen to learn some of the specifications of the jet. Uh-huh. I do want to know about the jet. As it's you, I'll divulge. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Oh, okay, that's it. Maybe it leads to the volcano lair in The Incredibles. The Incredibles is a great movie. I didn't like 2 that much. I mean, it definitely looked fantastic. It looked incredible, even. But I didn't like it as much as the first one. And also, the core conceit of the movie is giving people seizures. The main plot point in The Incredibles 2 is just a big, giant flashing lights warning. Anyways, so Bakano, great, liked it a lot. And then the next thing I caught up on was Spy X Family. Because I've been hearing a lot of great stuff, and I've seen some screenshots of some of the characters, and it is also a lot of fun. Incredible opening and outro. In fact, I think I might like the opening for Spy X Family more than the opening for Bakano. And the soundtrack in general for Spy X Family is really, really great. I really, really enjoy the tone of Spy X Family, where they don't go full kids show. Like, there's still blood and people getting shot and stuff, like people actually dying and getting murdered. But it's having fun with it. You're a lot of fun. Got him. Ah, shit! But yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's super cute. It's very endearing, the relationship between the characters. Really work out really, really well. They synergize off of each other. And it's like they establish the different characters and their roles in things relatively soon, but they don't play out their whole hand with like everything about the characters. The characters do get some good development. It's currently like it's doing the like we're releasing half of the first season now, and then half of the second half of the season is coming out later. So I cannot give a full comprehensive review of all of my thoughts on it because we got to see how the first season ends. How did you like heh? Yeah, there's some really great faces, just in general, but that face in particular. That face is the face that got me being like, okay, yeah, I'll watch this. Fine, I'll watch this. I gotta see what's up with this child. And I was not disappointed. So yeah, Spy X Family, super cute, super great. General recommendation, but between Baccano, Spy X Family, and the third show that I've watched through recently, because I've been playing a lot of RuneScape. I've been playing RuneScape, and that's my excuse to watch anime. The last show that I've watched recently was Odd Taxi. And it's got furries in it, which is great. But initially, the thing that made me go, oh, Odd Taxi, was Acker told me that the voice actor for Kiryu voice acts a character in Odd Taxi. I was like, well, it's got furries and Kiryu is there? I gotta see what's up. And then I didn't see what's up for a long time, but I finally did. And I think Odd Taxi is my favorite of those three shows. Between Spy X Family, Baccano, and Odd Taxi. I think Odd Taxi is my favorite. It is... So, the basis of the show, one part of Spy X Family's OST is out. Nice. So the fundamental part, like the story of Odd Taxi, is there's a taxi driver who drives around a bunch of weirdos, and all of the characters that he drives around in his taxi end up having these connecting storylines and stuff. And then, as a result of him having this connection with all of these different characters, some of them being criminal elements, it has... If you're familiar with crime thrillers, Baby Driver is not an entirely accurate comparison, because they have fairly different tones. Baby Driver is much more action-oriented, much more outward comedy moments and stuff like that. It tries to be a much cooler kind of piece of media than Odd Taxi does. But I think them both being crime thrillers and having a similar, like, if you're familiar with crime thrillers, you generally know the arc of, like, quiet, probably a loner kind of guy gets involved in criminal elements and ends up in, like, way over his head. And that's that kind of thing. And that's what Odd Taxi is. But Odd Taxi is much more mature about it. It's slow. It takes its time, but a lot of the conversations between these characters is where so much of the show takes place. You know, rather than, you know, big car chases and action scenes and, you know, doing all kinds of crime and heists. Most of the show is just there's a bunch of characters that have conversations with this taxi driver. And then over time it devolves and, you know, stakes raise, shit gets bad, all that good stuff. It's very relaxed in pacing, and it feels very mature. And I say that because, like, there are a lot of comedy moments, but so many of the comedy moments are, like, two characters just being, like, they're saying funny things, but they're not trying to be funny. It's just the dialogue is very witty and snappy. Characters are frequently talking over each other. Or not necessarily talking over each other, but, like, the start of one character's sentence will overlap another character's end of sentence. Although this jet looks superficially like any other, far from it. Uh-huh. Its fuselage is made from a graphene matrix that is lighter than air, but stronger than steel. Not only can it reach speeds of over 888 miles per hour, it is technically the world's largest pencil. Wow, the more you know. It's very dialogue-driven for the development, and a lot of it is really good. Yes. There's one episode Asp didn't watch through because it was too real. Couldn't gush about it with him in real time. Yeah, it's... Isn't it totally weird that metal flies? Like, isn't metal heavy? Big Germa moment. Lighter than air structural components would have some drawbacks. Yeah! I don't think this anti-gravity laser jet is particularly realistic. Or maybe that's just me. But yeah, Odd Taxi, it's very funny, but there's not a ton of moments that are outright comedy. And one of the storylines that is followed over the course of the show is there is a comedy duo, and they're trying to make it big. And a lot of the moments with the comedy duo are some of the least funny moments in the show, and it's not necessarily because they're not trying to be funny, but it's because, like, their storyline is like very real. Like, one of them is starting to become more successful than the other and just isn't as committed as the other guy, but the other guy just isn't funny enough to get by on his own. So, like, they're both, like, really struggling in their own ways. So it's like there will be some jokes and some comedy moments, but most of the times that they tell actual jokes, they fall completely flat and are not funny at all, which in itself is funny. But yeah, it's again, I say it's very mature because it's not the kind of crime thriller where there's, you know, characters are like super dark and gritty and like constant violence is happening and like people are like always getting shot and getting the shit beat out of them. It really takes its time. It chews the scenery of downtown Tokyo from the perspective of just a dude running a private taxi. And I think it is fantastic. Odd Taxi's jumping POV's storytelling reminds you a bit of Bakuno and Durarara. Yeah, it's not quite as severe jumping as Bakuno. I think the most distinct examples of that are, like, some characters will have an episode to themselves. And usually that episode sets up not just that character, but other things as well. Whenever you think of mature in that style, you think of Cowboy Bebop. I think Cowboy Bebop might be more outwardly funny than Odd Taxi as well, but I think that is a pretty apt comparison. I think the style, like, the general tone is more similar to a Cowboy Bebop or something like that. Fridge Monster is no joke. Yeah. But yeah, Cowboy Bebop is actually a really good comparison. But yeah, fantastic crime thriller. Highly recommended. And it's only 13 episodes, so I guess the one big warning would be there are two warnings. One episode in particular gets a little too real in terms of, like, a character has a problem, and this problem is depicted in a very realistic way, and, like, to the point that it becomes uncomfortable. And it's supposed to be, but it can be a bit much you know, don't go in expecting a super light and easy breezy viewing experience. It's got some stuff going on. And there was a point. Whoop, hang on. Mayor Jeff Jefferson the 13th. Say, Dirt Finder, if you can discreetly find your way over the mansion as soon as humanly possible, I'd appreciate it. The laser gun situated under the fuselage creates a state-of-the-art crystalline compound to create an energy feedback loop that instantly plasmatizes the air. Consequently, its beam reaches upwards of 3 million degrees Fahrenheit on a hot day. Cool. But yeah, so it can get a little too real at times, and there is a thing that happens near the end that I did not like. Some people said it, like, ruined the show for them, but I would disagree that it was that bad. But there is a thing that I did not like that was involved in the show. It did not ruin the show for me or anything, but, you know, it's not a perfect show. So, other than that, highly recommended. I also started watching Samurai Champloo, and I've gotten like 5 episodes in, and I am terribly sorry to say that I am not loving it. I think it's very stylish. I think it's very cool. I think the soundtrack is fantastic. But I don't think there is enough interesting stuff happening. I'm only 5 episodes in, but it's not grabbing me so far. So I'm gonna keep going at it. We'll see. We'll see if it catches me as it goes along. Love Steve Bloom. Steve Bloom plays one of the protagonists, so I'm obligated to love it. Also, Samurai Champloo notable in that I believe it has a better closing theme than opening theme. I think the ending theme to Samurai Champloo is better than the opening theme. But yeah, there's a couple more shows that I've got on the to watch list. Apparently, Dungeon Meshi is going to be getting an animated series adaptation, which I think will probably be pretty good. But I started reading some Dungeon Meshi because I saw there's a cat girl in it. And if you're not familiar with what Dungeon Meshi is, it is a manga series about cooking monsters in a dungeon. Just like a bunch of people go adventuring in a dungeon, and they're like, "Oh man, we're spending so much money on supplies. Well, why don't we just get our food in the dungeon?" And so it's like, here's how you prepare slimes. Here's the best way to cook a giant scorpion. Here's how you can garden in the dungeon, and stuff like that. And that stuff is neat, but also, I don't care. I don't particularly care about the actual cooking aspect, which feels like it's missing the point. Like, why are you watching? Why are you reading if you do not like the entire point of the series? And it's like, I like the characters so far. The characters are pretty great. There's a lot of really great individual panels, really good faces. But also, I have to keep reading until I get to the cat girl. He's reading a manga that's not One Piece. I'm so proud of you. Look, I can't... It's way harder to play RuneScape and read a manga than it is to play RuneScape and watch a show. We need an intervention. Your cat girl attacked. I know! I lay the blame entirely on Hunter x Hunter. Oh right, there's dirt vision. Forgot about that. The only cure is cat men. The one cat boy recommendation I've gotten was like, well, Helsing has a cat boy, but he's a Nazi. It's like, oh, okay. Well. Yeah, it's been fun. It has been, I believe the way I described it before was creatively rejuvenating to just watch some anime instead of just constantly shoving my face into every video game available. It's been nice to branch out a little in terms of my media consumption. Plus, it's nice to have something like... It's nice to be able to talk to people about, like, hey, I watched the show, what did you think? I thought it was cool. Helsing's cool just for getting an incredible version of Dracula. Yeah. I've heard cool things about Helsing. I don't know if I've heard good things about Helsing. Not that I've heard bad things about Helsing. I just, every time I am made aware of Helsing, it's more about how cool it is than how good it is. What was the name of the coward anime that had the school of animal people, but all the boys were furries and the girls were humans with animal features? I don't know. That's not cowardice, that's the creator had a particular fetish. Sometimes fetishes can be cowardice. I think Hellsing is good. Its premise is absolutely ridiculous, but that's part of the fun of the show for how hammy it gets. Okay, I can appreciate hamming it up. I enjoy a good steamed ham. Oh, there is a ladder. Okay. We need... Give me some of the new tunes. I added so many new songs. There we go. It's a good thing that you're immune to slips and falls in this game, yeah. Having to worry about actual, like, traction physics and stuff would probably be a bit much. Hellsing is some grindhouse shit that knows what it is, same as this other anime you watched, Killing Bites. I've heard the name Killing Bites, but I am not at all familiar with what it is. Oh yeah, I also rewatched Trigun recently, and Trigun is still very good. But also the voice acting is much worse than I remember. Obviously, going that fast through the air generates quite a lot of heat. Once landed, it's possible to cook a beef bourguignon on its wings in less than 3 minutes. The beef of bourguignon. Is the P game something that Venny played recently? Oh, you're talking about toilets? They don't play the same. No. Get out of here. Toilets is a high-intensity action game that's all about pacing yourself while still going hard at it. PowerWash Simulator is about chilling out and just casually blasting. 4 to 5 Vinesauce members played P-War. I see. Hellsing is a good dub option, but hang on. Do you want over-the-top English priest or Scottish priest? I want Scottish priest. Yeah. Alucard's Japanese voice actor is a 10 out of 10. English guy is 9 out of 10. Damn. Yeah, maybe I'll check it out at some point. There's a couple other things that I've got on the to-watch list. So the rest of Samurai Champloo. Season 4 of Agretsuko, I have yet to watch. There was one other notable one that was on the list. Not Blood Battle Brigade, or whatever, Kiketsu Sensen, or whatever the fucking name of that is. I found that, and I saw, like, is it that the first season is 13 episodes, and then the second season is also 13 episodes? Oh yeah, there's also Jujutsu Kaisen. That one's also on the to-watch list. Agretsuko makes you disintegrate from secondhand embarrassment sometimes. Yeah, I have to... Sometimes I will have to, like, skip forward in scenes. In Agretsuko. Because it does get pretty bad with the secondhand embarrassment. There was like one scene in Odd Taxi that I had to kind of skip forward a bit in, because it was just rough. Agretsuko gets surprisingly deep to be from the people that made Hello Kitty. Hey, they also made, oh god, what's the alligator? Big Problems? Or No Problems? The Problem is Alligator. That's also a Senyo, I think is the company. Senryo. If you don't mind some despair, Jujutsu Kaisen is amazing. Oh, man! I still haven't watched the rest of Breaking Bad, because I'm not great with the despair aspect of things. That's another show that was like, oh, I gotta get around to that. Especially because of all the Better Call Saul memes, but at least most of the memes have not been blatantly spoilers. But there's been some Breaking Bad stuff that is just like, alright, fuck it, we're just gonna put out the context behind this meme now, and it's like a major event from one of the last 2 or 3 episodes. I was like, ah, great. I wish I just didn't know. Getting spoiled on shit. Big challenges, thank you. Have we played Later Alligator? I played Later... I 100%ed Later Alligator on release, but not on stream. Later Alligator, extremely huge recommend from me. That game is incredibly funny and super cute. And a lot of the minigames are fun. Later Alligator is just one of the best games from the last couple of years. I like Big Problems. Look, it's, you know, synonyms. Tried 100%ing it, but some of those puzzles, yeah, some of the mini games can be a little rough. I got a big kick out of the creators of Later Alligator revealing that during one of the mini games, the background, if you zoom all the way out, is an animated alligator person version of the Garden of Earthly Delights. Which is goddamn hilarious. Let's see, what all is left? Alright, I can buy cosmetics. Hang on, where's the shop? Elevators. The elevators are these bits, so I need to get up under them, probably. Yeah. Oh, right. So something that I started saying about Trigun and then got distracted. I think the dub for Trigun has aged a little worse than you might hope. So if you plan on doing a rewatch of Trigun for the new series that's coming out, that's next year, right? Just be aware of that. It's still good, but it's not as good as I remembered. Turbojet engine, this one. Oh, right. Get up behind it. I actually think Vash's, so I watched the dub, right? And I think Vash's dub voice is still good, but I think there are some line reads that don't fit super well. I think the most consistent quality voice acting is like, I think the Insurance Girls are the stars of the dub. But the action in that show, still fantastic. Still looks great. The soundtrack is one of the greatest of all time. Fuselage sensors. Horizontal stabilizers. Oh, there we go. Fuselage sensors. Static wick. Static wick. Oh, oh. Skate the Infinity is about skateboarding, but with JoJo flamboyancy. Well, you do know how to pander. I was a skater boy back in the day. Well, I was a poser. Well, no. I wasn't even a poser because I didn't try to look like I was a skater or anything cool like that, but I was into the skating culture. Not just from Tony Hawk, but also like my friends, like, they ended up getting into Jackass and graffiti culture and stuff like that. Speaking of graffiti culture, every now and then I think maybe I should go back and try playing through Mark Echo's Getting Up, which was their graffiti action-adventure game. And I remember liking that game a lot, but I also remember that game being fucking hard. Oh. It was a PS2 game, and there was like... The structure was kind of like if there weren't shooting sections in Uncharted. Like, if you replace the shooting sections in Uncharted with having to do a big graffiti. It was bad. You watched Matt and Wooly play it. Yeah, look. When it comes to games like that, from that era, I have little trust in other people's opinions, because it's just one of those things where it's it hits that nostalgia sweet spot of, like, I liked playing this game back then, and I would probably still like it now, but I would have very different perspectives on why I like it. Oh, hey, speaking of Trigun having one of the best soundtracks of all time. Have you watched Full Metal Alchemist? I've watched, like, half of it. Oh, that's a PS2 game that I should play. The Full Metal Alchemist games on the PS2. Talk about games that were fucking hard. Oh my god, the Full Metal Alchemist games were brutal. I also remember them being really stylish. Which version of FMA? I watched, like, half of the original Full Metal Alchemist because I would watch it when it was on, like, on Toonami. I did not watch Brotherhood. I have had recommendations for and against watching, like, me watching all the way through Full Metal Alchemist because, to my understanding, that show and that series has some major bummers. Like, even outside of the dog girl, which has just been memed into oblivion. You were on the correct one? Are you saying that the original anime was better than Brotherhood? What? I don't think I've ever heard that. Oh my god, there's so many teeny tiny pieces. Fuselage sensors. Okay. Whoop. There's 10 of us who like 2003 better. Damn. Okay, so that kind of shape is what I'm looking for with the sensors. Maybe they're underneath? Oh! Ah, I didn't finish off the laser mount. Alright, fuselage, sensor, tail scoop, and wheels. Which of these is the tail scoop? The original had 2 arcs that are better in Brotherhood because Brotherhood was made with people having watched the OG anime up to the cutoff from where the manga, and at that point Brotherhood starts taking its time rather than trying to rush through. Oh right, there's wheels up front too. Boop. Okay. Wing mount sensor. Vortex generator, which is an extremely cool name for a piece of a machine. Ah, there's the scoop. If you watch both, it's recommended to watch 2003, then Brotherhood. Okay. Okay, so that's the wing mount. And that's the cockpit. Okay, so it's theoretically, fuselage sensors. Oh god, where the fuck are they? Because they're probably super small. Wait, what? What's that? I want that. Hang on. Give it a shot. What the... what? Oh, I actually don't have enough money to just buy everything. Oh, I can get a flower thing for my current. Okay, that's cool, but what the fuck is that nozzle? Do I just not have that nozzle unlocked? Is that a thing? Surprised you don't already own everything. Yeah, me too! With FMA, watch the OG anime up to the cutoff point, then switch to Brotherhood. That seems like a lot of effort. Oh! Is it you? It's you. Yes! The stupid tiny little bump. Hooray! Another exemplary example of power washing. I admit I was skeptical of prospects of cleaning stains created at such high temperatures. But once again, you've exceeded my expectations. So I'm exceeding yours. Feel free to use this hanger for any larger odd jobs that you may pick up in the future. Cool. So lazy. He watched all 1,000 episodes of One Piece. I need to catch up on One Piece. I saw a clip of Zoro doing a cool thing in the most recent episode, I think? Mayor Jeff Jefferson the 13th. Dirt Finder! Are you as mesmerized by the principle of Archimedes as I am? There's barely a day goes by when I don't undertake some kind of minor water displacement experiment. Today I'm seeing what happens when I pack all my worldly goods onto my frolic boat and take it for a trip downriver for some place. I've granted you full access to my property to assist the clean, which will be rescinded following the removal of the final fleck. I'd appreciate if we kept this to ourselves. I don't want anyone getting the ridiculous idea that I'm skipping town. I think Jeff Jefferson might be skipping town. Hey, it's Harper. What on earth's going on in Muckingham? I don't remember who Harper is. Just read a piece in the Real News Now. The town with no cats. Is there really not a single cat left? Well, I can't be sticking around here. This place sucks. Zoro would do a big Yakuza piss if Sanji was trying to upstage him at pissing. I agree, but I don't like the way you expressed it. Harper's the guy that you got all your first jobs from. Oh, right, the guy that get you the van. Gotcha. No cats means this is a rat city, baby. Has there really not been a literal pissing contest in One Piece? I find that hard to believe. Rodent City. Yeah, I personally would not trust a city that did not have at least a moderate amount of cats. You're biased? Yeah? What about it? Oh, sorry, sir. I also read in the Daily Opinion that the mayor's water pipeline is just the tip of the iceberg. It's what he's doing with all that water that's the dodgy bit. It's almost like someone is power washing every object in town and using up all the water. Realized something? Oh no. I've also been thinking about watching Outlaw Star because of Aisha Clan Clan. The only town that would be fine to have no cats in is a town that's a bird sanctuary. I mean, you wouldn't have a whole town that's a bird sanctuary. I mean, I guess you could. Outlaw Star is great, but 90s as fuck for better and for worse. Yeah, I kind of figured that would be the situation. Which is why I haven't really been super eager to jump into it. Yeah, Aisha is buff, which is cool. Love me a strong cat girl. Alright. Time to climb on up. Howdy, Durasup. See, Hat gave up streaming to be a power washer. I don't think I could be a power washer in real life, because real life power washers, it's so, like, they are so strong that it's so easy to just damage shit. And I would be scared to just, like, strip the paint off something. Why did the text thing replace your name with uterus? I don't know. Rumor has it he's funneling the water to some billionaire guy running an illicit mining rig. Can it be true? And is it related to the missing cats? Hat can't be a power washer because he's a massive weenie baby, so he'd get flung around by the power washer like a fucking, like a cartoon where a kid turns on the hose and they're just flying all over the place. Is the game gonna let you power wash the crypto mining facility to destroy everything in there? Oh, hell yeah, HT. One of my favorite openings of all time. This is a very good figurehead. It's a cat in a pirate hat. Hope the Trigun remake doesn't try to capture the mood of the original anime. Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's what they're going for, but I also don't want them to, like, try to be too... I don't know. I think I would want a similar kind of tone, but different. Although, it seems like it's going to be taking place mostly, like... So, the common theory is that it's going to start before the original, and then at some point it is going to go beyond the original into the content of the sequel manga, which was... I don't remember the name of it. But it would make sense if it started off like not the same kind of like goofy fun, like mostly fun kind of stuff. Like if they are handling the events that led to Vash becoming the person that he is, because like, you know, when he was hanging out, like back when he was a kid, he was mostly just hanging out and like being little good boy child kid. But in Trigun, so much of what he is like he puts on this facade of being this goofy idiot. So like building him up to be that, of like not necessarily a complete goofy idiot at heart, but like how he develops that persona that he wears for most of the original show. I think that would be a cool way to handle it. You're gonna freak out when I tell you they separated the girls and boys from cat girls and boys, and they made cats in real life. No. Why didn't anyone tell me before? Maximum. Trigun Maximum. Yeah. I hope the new Trigun show is good. I also hope that they use stuff that they've learned from like Beastars to have better action and motion with their 3D models, because I think that was the weakest point with their general design, like the way that they handled Beastars, was that the action was generally not incredible. Like, there were good scenes and good moments, but on average, a lot of characters ended up looking kind of janky. Worst thing is that it only starts happening when I finally split town. Although, hey, mustn't grumble, the desert dig I'm working on is amazing. You should come visit. Desert dig. You miss Trigun? You can still watch it. You can go watch Trigun on Crunchyroll, available now. You need Crunchyroll Premium for the dub, but that's the great thing about shows, is that, like, Cowboy Bebop, you're never going to get another Cowboy Bebop. That's not going to happen. But it's still there. You can go watch it right now. It didn't go away. I mean, even if you can't afford to watch it on Crunchyroll, you can go find a place to watch it. It's not a problem. Baccano isn't streaming on any fucking service, so I had to go find a place to watch Baccano. Because, like, Lawyer Dog is paying for Netflix, I'm paying for Funimation, which got me 2 free months of Crunchyroll, and I'm probably just gonna switch over my Funimation I don't know when they're actually going to properly merge the subscriptions, but I'm going to keep paying for that because I watch enough anime. Hat is our lightning in a bottle. Aw, thanks. You have Outlaw Star on disc? Yeah, I have a special edition DVD of Cowboy Bebop that is signed by Steve Bloom. And it is one of my prized possessions. I did not actually get to meet Steve Bloom in person because his line was super long and there was a lot of other stuff at the convention that I wanted to go do. But my sister went and stood in line and got the autograph for me, which I very much appreciated. And then I dragged her to go meet David Hayter, the voice of Solid Snake in the Metal Gear Solid games. And David Hayter scared my sister. She didn't love it, but he was a really cool, fun guy. I really enjoyed meeting David Hayter. Love and hate that Steve Bloom's voice is so good because he ends up put in a lot of bad roles that his voice ends up almost saving. Yeah. That's kind of how I feel about Samurai Champloo right now. I know it's heresy to say that I don't love Samurai Champloo, it's a classic, but like, the soundtrack is really good, I really like Steve Bloom in it, but I probably just need to watch more of it. Wait, I'm looking at you, Infinite. As in Sonic Forces Infinite? I did not know that was Steve Bloom, that's hilarious. I think one of the new songs that I added to the stream music playlist is the instrumental version of Fist Bump. Because that song's a banger. The one character that out-edges Shadow, yeah. I wonder if they're going to bring Infinite into the IDW comics. Because I could totally see that being a story in the IDW Sonic comics of Infinite shows up and has an edge off with Shadow. That is totally something they would do. But also, hey, speaking of the IDW comics, I finally read issue 50, and holy shit! Issue 50 of the IDW comic, the IDW Sonic comics, is absolutely fantastic. It is... The Sonic comics from IDW Publishing, to clarify, are like some of my favorite comic books ever. They're very good. And issue 50 of the Sonic comics is one of the best issues of that entire comic. It is extraordinary. The action is super duper good. There's a lot of really great expressions and character moments. A lot of people saw memes of just like buff Eggman going around, and that it's well deserved because Eggman fucking rules. Sonic 06 fan dub. Oh god. I do need to get around to those fan dubs at some point. Eggman best, yeah. Are you caught up on the comics, Asp? Yeah, it's... Eggman is already a fantastic character in those comics, and then issue 50, he goes above and beyond. It is so good. Wasn't sure you were gonna keep reading with it. Someone said Eggman did something cool. Hell yeah, he did something. He did a lot of cool things. And I also really love the way that they handle references to the games. Because the way, like, generally the comics just take place after the games, like, just broadly speaking. So, and they set it up so that there is a lot of history. There is a lot of stuff that has happened in the world of the comics, and so it's like, if you get the references, that's great, but if you don't immediately recognize, like, oh hey, that is the final Eggman robot boss from Sonic Heroes. Oh, and the power that Starling has been using is the power system from Sonic Heroes. If you don't know that, you don't need to know that. But if you do know that, then it's like, oh shit! I know what that's from! It's great. You need to read them. Last time you read, he was about to unleash the G virus. Yeah! Oh man, that storyline is really good, too. I don't remember if it's issue 24 or 26, but one of the issues in that arc has some of the most astounding Sonic art I have ever seen. By the way, Dirt Fighter, you may find a few people asking questions over the next coming days, months, and years. Just tell them you don't know where I went. Only that I went by car. You also need to read more IDW. Got pulled away by every video game. Yeah, there's a lot of games out right now. Which is why it's like, for this stream, it's like, I should be playing a new game. But I don't, like, people like PowerWash. So what if I do PowerWash? And people are like, hey, play PowerWash. I'm like, okay. It looked like Hat was power washing a fancy train, but it's just a fancy boat. I might have the train unlocked. I might be able to go clean the fancy train. The one thing that you read made you lose your shit is that they use some of the song lyrics and use them completely straight, and it works. Yeah. Spotted. Oh shit. There's been a creature here. Someday we'll get back to Factorio and those space trains, yeah. But we've got a lot of stuff that we can do in Minecraft first. I have not even like built a single structure yet, and I do like doing that. So I'm looking forward to this week's Minecraftery. So I wanna build a cool mountain base. So let me figure out how much wool you need for the giant Lucario statue. Probably quite a lot, depending. I wonder if any of the mods that we have installed are any of those like carve mods where you can have sub blocks, like each block is made up of 8 blocks that you can shape them out of, and you can put them together and stuff like that, so you can make like smaller sculptures and structures and stuff. I remember that being a mod that one of the mod packs that I've played had. Don't think so? No. Window frame. Something that's annoyed you about Minecraft forever. Yeah. No native dirt or grass slabs. I think, yeah, I think they wouldn't want to have, like, hills and valleys and stuff like that that are too smooth. They definitely care a lot about that aesthetic. Brian Shu on guitar! I spend this entire song, every time it comes up, I spend the entire song waiting for that to happen. Because it stands out so much that, like, I can't relax and just listen to the song until that happens. Because it's like, I know it's coming! It's gonna happen! He's gonna show up! And then it's, like, almost at the end of the song, too, so... Oh. Cannon wall. Where? There we go. Man, the Ape Escape soundtrack is so good. I was about to say, like, oh man, I remember streaming Ape Escape. I should stream Ape Escape 2 at some point. I did. It just wasn't particularly memorable. Oops. I remember getting pissed off at some of the later levels in Ape Escape 2. When are you gonna play Ape Escape 3? See, that's an Ape Escape game that I did not 100% complete when I was a youngin', so I might actually do that at some point. By Ape Escape 3, you mean Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. I'd have to get out my Xbox. Because I have the Metal Gear Solid HD collection on 360. But then, we wouldn't actually get the Ape Escape missions. What a shame. I didn't love Peace Walker anyways. It was alright. I thought it was kind of funny that they just turned it into a Monster Hunter game. I'm just like, oh, you need to disable these giant robot units that have breakable components, and then at the end you get components so that you can, like, you need specific components so you can upgrade your gear. Oh yeah, the Ape Escape, the actual Monster Hunter stuff is also cut, but even without the literal Monster Hunter content, it's like there are mechanics in that game that are just Monster Hunter mechanics. They're gonna have to remove the Metal Gear Solid and Boktai stuff from the Battle Network collection? Yeah, probably. When are you streaming Boktai? I tried to play Boktai one time and I didn't like it. I'm sorry. Bohite. Or like Schlocktai? Damn! More like Bakamitai? Damn! I was going through some of the Yakuza soundtracks on Spotify trying to find some bangers, and was reminded that one of my favorite karaoke songs is... I don't think it's gonna show up until 4. Play the second Boktai, it's a complete upgrade over the original. Sad the third one didn't get localized because it's also an upgrade over 2. Huh. Alright, cabin walls. Oh. Oh. Pushing out a little bit. Alright, cabin wall. Ah, this one. Gold trim. Which gold trim? There's a lot of gold trim on this boat. Boktai is an amazing series hindered by its main gimmick. Oh no. I saw that Ty Tuesday started streaming fucking Dark Cloud 2. And that's an exciting thing, and his tweets about it have just been like, yo, this game's fucking sick, one of the best PS2 games, I can't believe it, it's so good. And I agree, the Dark Cloud 2, it's got some problems, but that game rules. When are they gonna come out with Dark Cloud 3? There's never been a better time. Was Level 5 the developer or the publisher? Because Level 5 went out of business, right? What gold are you talking about? I'm dying. When are you streaming the Professor Layton games? Oh god. I can't imagine a more frustrating viewer experience. I can't imagine how frustrating it would be to watch someone stream the Professor Layton games. When is Hat streaming Maple Story? Look, I know that the gold wiggly things are called gold trims, but they're also completely clean. Is there a bonus gold trim? Oh, these are objects! I thought that was part of the text. Alright, so it's this one. Fucking finally. Any chance you could clean the town's monster truck? Some prize donuts poured concrete over it. Huh. Whoop! Yeah! Another top job, Dirt Finder. Much obliged. Hopefully there's still enough water left in the river to ride this out of town. I nearly forgot. Should that cursed, ungrateful cat show its face at any point, it's yours. I wash my hands of the thing. And remember what my mama and grandmama said. If you can't say anything nice about the mayor, don't say anything at all. Farewell. Goodbye. I was gonna go look for the train while Asp is here, but also... monster truck. Oh, it is a cat truck! Sarah Sawadas. So the search for Ulysses the cat has finally been called off, though not before we chased every wild goose out there. Even old Frida in the lighthouse claimed she saw him in the distance, speeding across the rocks faster than any animal she'd ever seen. Even though when I pressed her and asked if he had wheels, she looked down at her feet and nodded. Anyway, we were driving back to the base when a group of miners, furious at not being paid by the mayor, blocked the road and symbolically poured a load of concrete over the monster truck. How that solves their problems is anyone's guess, but it sure gives you a heck of a job to do. Alright. Want to hear some of the crazy theories about the missing cats we heard out on the streets? I do. Please. Oh, I see. I thought this was concave, not convex. covered in Yoncrete. Florida Meow. Pulverizers. Oh, this thing's deep. Alright, well, let's take a look at these stickers. Gnome Watch, where are they coming from? Urban X. Muckin' Hamburgers. Pasties. Pulverizers. Thrust Industries. Oh shit! The cats are being abducted by the aliens! Surprised that your sprayer breaks concrete and not stickers. Well, maybe the concrete is still wet. Some folks think a shady organization is sacrificing the cats to the volcano to prevent an imminent eruption. Oh no. Apparently all the fingers are pointed at Marvin from the Old Boys Club. Utterly ridiculous, but it's gaining traction in rural communities. Final mission, wash the anti-gravity coating off the alien spaceship so it crashes down to Earth. It will return fire. I would believe that this game would have boss fights. I don't know if they would be part of the campaign mode. Because I don't think they would want to introduce that kind of challenge into, like, the main story. But I saw on the title screen, the challenge mode is like, there's time attacks, there's also like water usage challenges, where it's like, how much can you clean if you have a limited amount of water? Which is really interesting. Yeah, no return fire, but I 100% believe that I could end up cleaning a UFO as part of the main story. I already cleaned off a jet that had a giant laser and anti-gravity engines, and it was a giant pencil. The vegan community suspects that they're the secret ingredient to the muckin' hamburger, but there's been a statement from Ella herself denying it, telling them to stick their celery where the sun don't shine. Yeah, I think I mentioned, like, ah, damn, Asp would have loved this. It just didn't get here in time. Yeah, that Thrust Industries. Thrust is like, he's Scorpio from The Simpsons. He's got a volcano lair and everything. Didn't expect a power washing game to be rad. I don't know how you could just not assume that this game would be rad. It should have been a known factor that it was going to be sick, like, right away. Cat head is clean. The thing that I love about this cat monster truck is that the texture they gave it makes it, like, really sells it as a real monster truck and not, like, a fantasy monster truck. Like, you see where it has been repainted so many times, because it's a monster truck. Of course it got all banged up and damaged. So they had to repaint it so many times. There's some good attention to detail in this game. They put enough detail and attention and care to the stuff that matters. Ran into another monster truck cat first. This meowster truck has seen its fair share of combat. Oh, you can get up under it. Yeah, like, there's clearly a lot of effort put into the way the dirt and the grime looks. Like, usually you can see, like, oh, this isn't just mud, this is something else. Like, oh, you've got all the gray, because it was covered in concrete. Is this the number of the power washer? Any chance we can get you back down to the carnival? Our Ferris wheel is getting super spicy. Everyone at Roddy's biker shack thinks all cats are aliens, that they've been on some kind of recon mission to Earth, and they've finally got all their intel and have gone back to report. Anyway, we should expect an invasion of extraterrestrial super cats in a couple of months. I hate it when the Ferris wheel gets spicy. PowerWash Musuo, like, you wash cat armies. Oh god. Cats don't like getting wet, so that's how you win. Damn, you're right. Oh, did the captioner express something weird that I didn't notice? You wash cat armies. Hot. Oh, great. Thanks, captioner. I was gonna make a joke like, oh, what? Washing catgirl armies. But then it's like, oh, wait, no, that exists, and that's like Galgun DLC or something. Speaking of weird games, Palworld is getting closer to release, right? The Pokemon game where you can get your monsters to work in a sweatshop to make assault rifles. Oops. Forgot about that. How could you ever forget? I am perpetually haunted by that video game concept, and I'm gonna play that. Cause I need to know. I need to know what the fuck that is. They turned a Robot Chicken skit into a game. I never watched that much Robot Chicken. Which I feel is probably for the best, all things considered. Oh boy. And there's also that whatever the fuck game that Vinny played. Was it yesterday or something? The Chimera game. I saw some footage of like some fucked up cat creature riding a horse and firing what appeared to be a gun. Chimera Land, yes. Did not mean that in an endearing way toward Palworld. I gotta know! I gotta know what's up with that game. What I've heard about Chimera World is that it's very rough and very jank, but if they keep working on it, it could be pretty neat. Arc, but not poop. Yeah, a game including fecal matter in it has become a pretty good way for me to not play the game. Like, every now and then, I'm like, oh, maybe I should check out what's been going on with Binding of Isaac. I remember that game being fun sometimes, and then it's like, oh, right, no, this entire game is just gross. My own theory? Cats go wherever dinner's best. Someone somewhere, probably out in the sticks, has some real nice tuna steaks, and they're all holding up there for a while. They'll be home soon enough. Sure hope the cats come back. What kind of town would this be if the cats never returned? You don't have it, but your friend made you interested in it? We'll never play Digimon. Oh yeah, that's true. It's just like that kind of gross content, gross humor. It is a massive point against me checking out the game. Like Ark. Oh, good, raising dinosaurs and building bases and you level up. Love games where you can level up. It's like, oh, this game might be kind of neat, and then it's like, oh, wait, no. It's gross. Guess I'm not playing that. Y'all remember the hype for Biomutant? I heard Biomutant was fine. And that's the worst thing about it, is that it's just fine. Monster Rancher when? Maybe someday. There's the HD version on Steam now, right? Ugh. You're not missing much not playing Binding of Isaac. Yeah, but it's just one of those games where it's like, that kind of run-based, just like, feast or famine, RNG item nonsense. Sometimes that's fun. Sometimes that's what I'm looking for. They announced a kaiju version of Monster Rancher coming soon. So here's the terrible secret. Despite so many of my friends being big into big, which is to say macro, I don't like kaiju. I don't like big monster. Like, Monster Hunter, it's like, the fact that they're huge monsters doesn't really do anything for me. The thing that interests me is, like, them being interesting fights, and like, the whole grinding for better gear and stuff. You like Gurren Lagann? I do like Gurren Lagann. There are exceptions. I'm not heartless. Can't believe Hat is not into macro. Can you not believe that? I feel like I've been pretty clear about that for a while now. Well, that's good news, Dura. Hanging out with kaiju creatures. I know, but I'm also, like, outside of horny talk. I'm also speaking in that regard with kaiju of just like I don't really like big monsters. In fact, some like, oh, big monster destroying the city kind of stuff actually unsettles me a bit. It's not like a phobia, but it just doesn't sit well with me. Like the Rampage. I never liked Rampage. Rampage always was unsettling to me. Yeah, I'm more of a city builder than a city destroyer. Although Mercenaries 2 was a pretty fun game. Ram Ranch Rampage? Going loco. I just feel it's impractical to try and build buildings with giant monsters in mind. Like, you're just gonna end up with a mole people society at that point. God, this tire is so close to being clean, but there's like one big spot that I'm missing, it has to be. Ugh, finally. A giant monster-ready building would be able to take earthquakes and fires better than a normal building. Yeah, but it would also be way more expensive. And also harder to design. You think that if they could make, like, earthquake-proof buildings, and it wouldn't be super expensive, that they just would... Like, of course they would do that. More expensive than having to rebuild it. Maybe, maybe not. Tuned mass dampeners. Oh, like the stuff that makes the building kind of wiggle? Like the thing that wiggles underneath the building? Yeah, that mechanism is really neat. I only like big things when they're soulless and metal, and mechas have too much soul. It's a good way of looking at it. We need nuke-proof buildings. Gosh, wouldn't that be nice? Oh god, most of the pieces that are not cleaned yet are probably just like random pipes and diddly-bobs underneath. Some of the IDW Transformers make you feel things. Suspicious. Sometimes I'll hear people talking about Transformers stuff, and it's just like, oh, they did an Animorph, but for robots. Ah. Be surprised how well some things stand up to nukes. Researching nuclear strategy from a friend, he emphasized sometimes you want the nuke to explode in the air, sometimes you want it to explode when it hits the ground for those really tough targets. Oh, I almost said a thing that would have been a big spoiler for a thing that I think is really good. And I think even saying that much, the people who know will know. And damn. That thing was a hell of a thing. Can't believe Hat spoiled Attack on Titan. Oh no, they were all Nazis all along? How could this happen? Attack on Titan, final season. We gotta nuke the Nazis. We gotta nuke the fascists. But sir, we are the fascists. Ah, fuck. How did this happen? Ash, I'm not entirely sure what you are referring to, but also the thing that I said would be a spoiler was an anime thing. Flame exhausts. Oh, this one's not. Wait. Side hatch handles. Ah. Whoop. And the top hatch. Job complete! So much of the most difficult work of cleaning the monster truck you don't even get to see in the time lapse because so much of it is just underneath. Oh, when they wanted to use a nuke against GW in MGS2. Yeah. No, that's not what I was referring to. Truck looks magnificent. Great job, Doc. And just in the nick of time, we had a fresh sighting from Dredge Deep. Oh shit. This is gonna be a hell of a task. Alright, hang on. Let's... There it is. You got a Mars rover, the Gnome Fountain, the mini golf course, but then... the ASP Special. Oh, I see. Ban you if you want. Okay. You got it. Can do. If you insist. It sure was. Yep, that was something, alright. The Dune Rocket. This exhibit was placed here in memory of Mayor Jeff Jefferson X, in office 1865 to 1885. When the dust finally settled, the mayor was nowhere to be found. He had ridden out of town on a rail and into the sunset, never to return again. Like great-great-grandfather, like son. No, great-grandfather, I think. It almost looked like it was on topic for a hat stream. Look, Ram Ranch really rocks, but someone who introduces themselves like that, I don't have the utmost trust in their motives, in the reason why they joined the stream. So, I'm not a Ram Ranch hater, but I thought Burke made an alt account. Yeah, no, Burke would if Burke wanted to do that, he would just do it on his main account. Burke isn't a coward. Yeah, you can't afford to get banned, you lose access to all your cool emotes and shit. It ain't worth it. Although Twitch does have a ban appeal system in place, where it's just like, you can try and contact a channel and be like, hey, I don't think I should have been banned. And the people running the channel can be like, ah, no, you're right. Simple Flips did a pretty funny thing. Well, one of his mods. So, Simple Flips has a system where if you get banned from chat, then and you want to be unbanned, and like it would, even if it was a legitimate ban, there is a chance that you can get unbanned, but you have to do a task. You have to do something that requires, like, actual effort and care put into it to prove that you, like, actually really want to get back into the channel. So for some people, it's like, make a montage of you doing really well in this game that you like. If you're good with arts and crafts, make an arts and crafts thing that has, like, these specific attributes. And stuff like that. It's the music, thanks for streaming. I know, I'm sorry, it's a good song. The stream is not ending, I promise. I should probably just take out the songs that are in the hold on screen out of the regular playlist. 100 hours of streamed community service. Yeah, basically. Like, that's the concept. It's just like, hey, we banned you for a good reason. So if you think you can behave, we're gonna make you prove it. In a different server that I'm in. One person has been a problem. Just a problem. And, I'm a moderator in that Discord server. And so they, it was 2 days ago, I think? I looked into one of the channels, and they were having this prolonged discussion about... their excuse was that they were discussing morality. They were discussing, you know, good and evil, and what is objectively good and what is objectively evil. And this person has a history of being a problem. This person has a history of picking fights and posting wild, dumbass conspiracy theory bullshit. And really dragging out the discussions about conspiracy theory bullshit. And so I'm looking at what they're saying, and I'm doing some reading between the lines, and they are quite obviously going on about, like, oh, you know, in a truly evil society, they would expect you to just eat bugs and accept whatever you're given. And, you know, a whole lot of vague references using the term they. And, so, you know, they're on some conspiracy theory bullshit. They're obviously talking about, you know, trying to be subtle about their diatribe against the global elite, the globalists, you know, all that shit. Oh my god, it was miserable. So I was like, hey, fucking stop talking about this kind of thing. I don't care how vague I have to be when I say this kind of thing, but stop it. And they picked a fight with me, talking about, oh no, we were just talking about morality. There's absolutely nothing wrong with anything that I've said. And I was like, this is the exact same conversation that you have been having about this kind of shit for as long as I have seen you in the server. And if you don't, and they're like, point to one thing that I said that was bad. And I was like, I'm telling you, buddy, if you get me to look at your message history, I am going to find something that will make me want to ban you. And they didn't let up. So I looked at their message history, and I found 3 distinct messages that all would have gotten me to ban them. Like, each individual one of those would have gotten me to ban them. And I found 3 of them, and was like, alright, here you go. 24-hour ban, see you tomorrow. And, they came back, and they went down the channel list of, like, catching up on some stuff, reacting to stuff, and they got back down to the channel where they were going on about some bullshit that I had banned them for 2 days prior. And when they got down to that channel, they were like, yeah, I don't know what he was on about, he banned me for no reason, there was nothing wrong with anything that I said. And he was talking, like, some of the shit that he was saying was just like, oh, it was a good thing that Shinzo Abe got assassinated because he was in with the globalists. And it's like, okay, nothing wrong with what you said, huh? Okay, yeah, nah, alright, yep, okay. And me and another mod joined in with me, in saying, like, hey, fucking stop it. And he continued to pick a fight, so now I don't have to see that person for another week. And if they get back after that week and pick another fight, I am just going to say, yeah, you need to just be gone forever. Seen a lot of rules lists that say playing I'm not touching you with the rules is against the rules. Yeah, no, that is definitely against the rules in that server. And even if that specific thing wasn't against the rules, like they were like really pushing the line with just like some outright offensive shit. So it's like, okay, yeah, you need to go. Come back in a week, see if you can behave yourself. I don't think they're going to behave themselves. I'm pretty sure as soon as they get back, they're going to start picking a fight again, and I'm going to get an excuse to just continue banning them. Through their powers combined, they have dunked on this edgy debate nerd. Yeah, they're the kind of person that's just like, reject modernity. Humans never should have started growing crops. We are nomadic creatures in nature, and just like using that as their fundamental morality. It is wild what some people on the internet will get on about. And they put a lot of effort into making that their entire personality, so that's the main reason why I think when they come back, they're just going to get banned again. If he wants to go back to anarcho-primitivism, maybe he should be more willing to eat a bug. Yeah. Really fetishizing an era where the average human lifespan is like 30 years or less. Don't know why the bug thing stuck with me so hard. Yeah, it was wild, the shit they were going on about. So I'm glad I was able to just put them immediately back into the dumpster rather than having to monitor channels for them going on about their shit again. Let's go back to nature. Dies from a single infected scratch. Yeah. And I don't want to go full... And yet he lives in a society. I am very intelligent. I don't want to go full that. But it's kind of like... It's kind of where that whole discussion leads, in some ways. Of just like... Humanity was better when we were just hunter-gatherers, and it's just like, and yet he uses a computer and buys groceries. Is this the only person that causes problems in the server? No. But they are definitely a significant problem causer. Maybe better to just permaban them. It's on the table. Again, if I gave them a week ban, if they come back after that week and just start going on again, then I'm going to put forward the motion. Because usually, like, permabans takes some severe offenses. Like, the people that are actually permabanned in that server are... The other people that are permabanned in that server are much worse people than this person. But this person fucking sucks to have around. So usually, like... We don't break out the permabans that often, but... It's on the table. Because fuck that guy. Yeah, and that's the thing. Hate how bad society is now, but leave that talk for somewhere else. And that is my stance as a moderator. Because it's just like, oh, you're just trying to shut me up because you don't disagree with me. You don't want to have a debate. It's like, I do not give half of one shiny shit about anything that you're saying. I do not care nearly enough to have a debate. But you are being a nuisance, and this is not the place for that kind of debate. Because you are filling this channel that is essentially a shitpost channel with this, you know, pseudo-political, like, poorly veiled metaphors for hating the Jews. Like, you are just on... You're on some shit that you shouldn't be on anywhere, and especially not here. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Yeah! So, you know, rather than trying to pick a fight with... from the stance of, like, the things that you are saying are morally wrong, instead, my perspective is just like, this is not the place to have this kind of discussion. Fucking shut up. Stop having this kind of discussion. This is not the place for it. So... I love having to forage for 16 hours a day for enough food to not die of hunger. Moderating public servers seems scary. Yeah. Most of what I do in that server is moderation, but there are people in that server that are not in other servers that I want to be around and talk to. Because I like those people. There are people in that server that I like talking to, and there's some stuff on that server that I want to be around for. But as a moderator, most of what I, like, say and do, like, most of what I actively say and do on that server is just, like, hitting idiots with a newspaper and just being like, fucking cut it out. Stop. Yeah, I can't imagine trying to moderate Space Station 13. That game seems rough enough to just be in and participate in. Like, I know a lot of the time it's not bad, but, you know, you definitely get those people. You get the Seth Zinch. Hey people, Seth here. Time to absolutely ruin this server where everyone is having a good time. Seth caused a huge influx of awful people. Yeah, I enjoy some of Seth's videos. I think he can be very funny. but also he sucks. So... it was a thing that servers had to talk about. Yeah, I mean, that's something that came up in the video of just like, this game is fantastic. I love it. Don't play it. Because I'm going to get in trouble with all of the people that run the servers. Yeah, I have some friends who have recently been getting into Space Station 13 and you know, starting to play around with it, and it's like, maybe I want to learn Space Station 13 and goof around in there, because it seems fun, especially if I could, you know, I could be a cat, I could be a Neko, I'm a cat, and just hang out and just do, you know, do some space station janitorial work. Like, that seems fun. It has its appeal. But also I'm playing RuneScape right now, so I'm not gonna. The secret to Space Station 13 is to be in a medium roleplay server where you're expected to actually participate in the social contract, but also people aren't uptight about enforcing roleplay. Yeah. It definitely seems like Space Station 13 is the kind of community where if you get people that are being, like, super stingy about stuff, then it can go downhill real quick. And also, it can be super impossible to, like, get started. Like, super impenetrable to outsiders. Like how Dota used to be. Like, the original Defense of the Ancients. There were so many servers and lobbies where if you join and you have to download the map, you will be kicked before you can finish downloading the map, because if you don't already know how to play, then these people don't want you here. Yeah, I've considered checking it out, and maybe I will, especially since it is currently a hot thing among some of my friends. So, while the getting's good and all that, but I'm not sold on it, but I'm thinking like, maybe. God damn it! How dare you? Sir got you into it. Yeah. Are you all all of you playing on the same server regularly? And does that server have cat girls? No. It's hard to, like, tell at a glance. Like, I don't want to jump in on those calls and spectate, because I don't want to be there being like, what's that? What's that? What's going on? I know they would accommodate. But I just don't... I don't feel like getting up to that right now. Playing on the same public server. Think it has catgirls. No? And before streaming Raft and getting eaten by sharks. Raft seems neat, but I think the majority of my enjoyment of Raft is just going to be watching Let's Game It Out videos on it. He said it. Good job, Acker. Yeah. I will occasionally catch myself about to say the word among, and correct myself to amidst. But then people will just say amidst us and make the joke anyways, so there's no winning, really. Rick Griffin and his pals did a full stream of the Raft campaign. Yeah, the full campaign is out now, isn't it? Josh has got to be working on a video for that. One thing about Space Station 13 that's rough is most roles have an important job, so you worry you'll try a new job and ruin the whole station for everyone because it's your first try. Yeah, so that's my knowledge. According to my knowledge of Space Station 13, that's why beginners are recommended to, like, start playing as an assistant. Because then the whole, like, your job is to just go around the station and help out people who need a hand. So in doing so, you're, like, shadowing people. You've got, like, a pseudo-apprenticeship with all these different roles. You should use the chance that you won't be able to play much online games while you're visiting Cult to stream Among Us. Why would I want fewer people around for Among Us? If I'm going to stream Among Us, why would I want fewer people around for that? That seems against the point. I tried to stream Unfortunate Spacemen one time, not long after Mandalore did his video on it. And only like 4 people showed up, so it wasn't particularly fun because there wasn't enough people. Been learning by starting in cargo because it's a simple, easy job that if you don't pull your weight, someone else can pull up the slack. I guess being an assistant would result in a lot of moments of just like, hey, could you go do this for me? To which you respond, I don't know how. And expecting everyone to be ready and willing to tutor you is a bit much. So I understand that. That makes sense. Whenever I think of, like, what kind of role I would be interested in playing in Space Station 13, my mind always defaults to janitor. Gee, I wonder why. But it does make me think, like, how much learning goes into being, like, not necessarily being a good janitor, but how much learning goes into being a janitor, period. But I think one of the nice things about being a janitor in a game like that is because you are spending, like, because your job is to just go around and clean up, you can end up in, like, adjacent to a lot of interesting things going on. Because it's like, the clown put space lube all over the fucking floors. Someone come clean this up. And then you get there and you see security chasing down the clown or something like that. Part of my problem with, like, how good I would be at Among Us is, I talk too much to be a good liar. And because I would be a bad liar, like, me talking too much would also result in me being suspicious. So it's a lose-lose. With cargo, you have to deliver stuff across the space station, and you know what people are ordering. Yeah. Sounds like fun. Now I want to play Space Station 13. I would not stream that, probably. But I do want to check it out. A lot of servers have rules against streaming, yeah. My mind just went to the fact that I think Kraken did a Space Station 13 series. Although he probably ended up being on his own server, eh? Maybe. Put a starter guide in link dump? Yeah, sure. I can get Sir to give his professional opinion on it, because he is the most Space Station 13 knowledgeable person I know. Because he used to be a server moderator, and he's actually done, like, a bunch of Beyond coding and shit. You want to avoid people communicating out of character. Yeah. So that's the thing, is like, if I were to try and find some way to stream it, it would prove challenging, not just because, like, I don't stream in character, right? Like, I don't really... I play tabletop games, but I don't roleplay, like, in this kind of thing. Like, with streaming. Like, I've always been terribly uncomfortable with the concept of role-playing over voice. It just doesn't sit well with me. Because I've always been a class clown kind of guy. That may surprise you. That may actually surprise some people, but I've always been a talker. I've always been the kind of guy that, you know, will try to get a rise out of people and such. But because of that, I have a hard time, like, taking things particularly seriously when I am speaking out loud and using my own human voice. Even if I'm trying to do a silly voice or something. I just don't think I would take particularly well to it without effort really put in. Most people playing it right now have a hat unfriendly schedule. Yeah, so it's possible, because I could play before I stream, right? Give us a Persona 5 stream. Once Royal is on Steam, I might stream through Persona 5. Might. Because that game is 100 hours long. But Persona 5 is extremely good. What's hat unfriendly? Oh, like, scheduling doing stuff with a subset of my friends. Because a lot of the people, like, a lot of the friends that I am aware of that have been actively playing Space Station 13 recently, like, one of them goes to bed relatively early, one of them is in Britain, so the time scheduling is not particularly easy. Oh shit. Free money! But yeah, it's weird. It's a weird double think of just like, I'm not comfortable role-playing, but then I am in 3 tabletop games a week. but it's different. Gotta love the terribly human sensation of doublethink. Oh shit.
He did.
Thank you very much for the $20 donation, Dan. Three tabletops and your cat in one. Yeah. I'm playing as Cat in one of them. I'm playing as a guy who will be... So, one of them is a cat furry, one of them will be a cat furry, and the other, also a cat furry. So you can kind of tell where my mind's been at creatively recently. Yeah, no, I would be fine. So I was talking more about like the concept of role playing in Space Station 13. My perspective was more along the lines of like doing it as a stream, because if I were streaming it, then I would want to like try and remain in characters to a certain extent to try and, you know, preserve the sanctity of the game, or however you want to phrase it. But I don't think I would do well with that. But if I were just playing Space Station 13, that's not a problem. I don't think. I hope. I would probably have some amount of performance anxiety for the first little while, but... Most important rule on medium roleplay, don't be an asshole. I don't think I would be an asshole. People who have been in tabletop games with me can testify whether or not they even think I'm capable of being an asshole in a roleplay environment. But like, all of my characters end up being pacifists because I don't want to kill people. Like, this world is made of love and peace. It's so hard for me to even be like a snarky, like sarcastic kind of bitchy character. Even that, it can be tough for me because I want to be nice. Aren't you tired of going apeshit? Don't you just want to be nice? Like, that's my whole life. Oh, speaking of, this world being made of love and peace. As I was watching through Trigun, so much of that, so much of it was just like, oh shit. I think Vash the Stampede stuck with me in some major ways throughout the rest of my life. But yeah, the likelihood of me even trying to find some way of streaming Space Station 13 is particularly low. But it has become increasingly likely that I am at least going to try it out. Just in my own time. Yeah, this train is cleaning up nice. As opposed to a character like Lena Inverse sticking with you because you're an absolute treasure goblin because of it. I'm not the name is vaguely familiar, but I don't recognize it right off the bat. My general perspective on me trying to be nice and shit is that I got most of my being rude and unkind out of the way in high school. I moved around too much, so I never had a reliable friend group, so I was just kind of a jerk. I wasn't a bully, but I just wasn't nice. I was not a friendly person in high school. He was loner anime protagonist, kinda. You still bully Burke. Burke is the one bullying me to try and get me to play Spelunky. Because I already did! And he just won't leave me be. I thankfully generally avoided getting bullied in high school, or maybe I got bullied more than I thought, and I just didn't recognize it. Because I also was not the most socially perceptive in high school, as anyone who has heard the Lord of the Rings story is aware. What's the Lord of the Rings story? Oh shit, at least one person hasn't heard the Lord of the Rings story. Oh god, okay. I mean, PowerWash Simulator is the perfect stream for storytelling. In high school, one of the places that we lived was a pretty small town. It was a ways away from Niagara Falls. There was a restaurant, a family-owned restaurant that we would go to, like, every week. And so, over time, we became regulars, like, the family that owned the restaurant started to, like, recognize us, and, you know, they knew all of our orders and all that good stuff, you know, relatively small town kind of stuff going on. After a while, we learned that the teenage daughter, who was a waitress there, she went to the same high school as I did. And so, you know, we started talking more. We would hang out at school every now and then. We usually had different lunch periods, so we didn't hang out that often. And also, I didn't really get along with her friend group at school very well. But, you know, we got along pretty well. And I thought she was pretty chill, pretty cool. Like sometimes there were a couple of times when I went in and she would make tea for me, and not like something off the menu. Like she just had tea at the restaurant because she drank tea, and like we would bond over loose leaf tea, and so we got along great. And one time she invited me over to her house to watch Lord of the Rings, because I had never seen it, and you know, we were both nerdy teens, and so I'm like, oh, Lord of the Rings, yeah, sure, that sounds great. I've never seen it, so it'd be cool to finally watch it. And she's like, okay, great. And she's like, oh yeah, so my parents are going to be out of the house, so they're not going to be, you know, around and annoying us or anything. I'm like, I get along great with your parents. What are you talking about? And she's like, yeah, okay. I get over there, I get dropped off, and you know, it's like a Friday night or a Saturday night or something like that. And she, you know, she gives me a tour of her house. It's like, you know, it was a pretty small place, but it was nice. And she showed me her room, and you know, I was sitting down on her bed, looking at some of her art, and like she sat down next to me, and we were just talking, and I look at her and say, so, are we gonna watch Lord of the Rings? And she was, in hindsight, she was a little confused. And she's like, oh yeah, okay. can I get you anything to drink or anything to eat? And I'm just like, no, I'm good. I ate before I came over. And so we sit down on the couch, and she puts on Lord of the Rings, and, you know, we start watching, and you know, she sits down on the couch, I sit down on the couch, but it's a huge couch. And I end up sitting down on the opposite side of the couch. And as we're watching, she's like, do you want to maybe sit a little closer? And I'm like, what? No, like, we've got so much space to spread out. It's way more comfortable like this. And she's like, oh, okay. And then, we sat on opposite sides of this huge couch and watched the director's cut, the fucking 3+ hour cut of, Lord of the Rings Fellowship of the Ring. And then I called my mom and went home. So, she didn't talk to me as much after that. She didn't, you know... In retrospect, understandably so, that she did not express as much interest in spending time with me and hanging out with me after that incident. 'Cause at the time, it wasn't even a thought in my head that she was considering some kind of intimate action, some kind of, you know, my parents are out, and, you know, we've got the whole house to ourselves all night, we're not gonna have to worry about anyone bothering us, and I'm like, oh, cool, so, you know, we're not gonna have to pause the movie. Fucking dumbass! But, you know, I generally didn't see her that way anyways, so, you know, I don't think it would have worked out even if I did recognize what was going on, but oh my god. I felt like, in retrospect, once I had figured out what was going on there, I felt so bad for her.
Making music. Click here. That's as far as I can go.
How long did you take to figure it out? Years. It was years after the fact that I figured out what was going on there. Yeah, it was, I think I told my sister this story, and the expression on her face could only be described as horrified. She's listening to me describe it. Yeah, and then I sat on the opposite side of the couch and watched the entire Lord of the Rings Fellowship of the Ring movie, and then went home. She's just like, oh my god! Oh my god. It is one of my favorite stories to tell, despite the fact that it does not paint me in a particularly favorable light. It was like an actual torture story. Yeah. Again, I felt way worse for her than I felt for my past self. Oh, I swing both ways, Acker. Like, it's not that I was, it's not entirely that I was just like, that I didn't swing that way. Like, the biggest factor was, in the moment, I just didn't know that something was going on. you were her, you would probably like me more with the thought of, he's so dumb, I love him. Yeah. But I feel like maybe she just thought I was just, like, completely blowing her off, or something like that, just shutting her down without even having the decency to say it outright. I don't know. I did not maintain contact with her after I moved away, which was not that long after this whole situation happened. It was like less than a year later that I moved away. But I hope she's doing well. She was nice. But, now I'm thinking about, like, my other big story that I tell all the time. And think, like, damn, maybe I'm just dumb. Well, now there's also the train story that I tell, which also, like, demonstrates a lack of just life intelligence. Train story. Let's go. Yeah, you know what? Sure. we'll do the train story. So, one time when I was coming to visit Lawyer Dog and Lagatrope before I moved in, I still live down in Florida, and the weather in Illinois had been super duper icy, like dangerous conditions on the highway, and Lago doesn't have snow tires on his car, so you know, even if there was willingness to brave the icy roads, like, I did not want him driving on icy highways without snow tires, at least. So, Lawyer Dog got me a train ticket, because I was flying into St. Louis, because that was, like, the only flight that really worked for the time and wasn't super expensive. So it's like, I'm flying into St. Louis, and rather than Lago driving to St. Louis and bringing me back, we arranged for me to get a train from St. Louis to Springfield. So, the flight out of Florida departed, like, really early in the morning. And I barely got any sleep. I was super tired, like, right away. And so I get driven to the airport. I get through the airport just fine. I get to I get onto the plane, and you know, I for a while on the flight, I'm shifting between, like, trying to sleep, like, trying to do a bit of reading, and eventually something happened. I don't remember what caused the family next to me to start talking to me, but the family next to me started talking to me. And, you know, I'm A-okay with just having a chat with not trained people, with plain people. I used to fly pretty frequently, so, you know, sometimes it would be a fun way to pass the time on the flight. So I'm talking to this family, and I get to learn all kinds of stuff about this family. It was a mom, a dad, and a daughter. The daughter was seemingly around my age, like young mid-20s. She had been going down to Florida. She'd been going down to Disney to, like, try and get a job as a dancer, like, at one of the parks, because dancing was her passion, and, you know, that's a decent enough way to get some experience under your belt. So I'm talking with this family, And as the flight goes on, I'm starting to get more and more tired, more and more delirious, because I just wasn't able to get any sleep on the train, or on the plane, rather. That planes, trains, automobiles. So we arrive in St. Louis, and they're like, "So where are you going from here?" I'm like, "Oh, I gotta take a train to Springfield." And they're like, "Oh, do you have a way to get to the train station from here?" And I'm like, "Oh, I figured there's probably like there's probably a shuttle or something like that." And they're like, "Oh no, don't worry about it. You don't got to take the shuttle. You don't got to take the shuttle. Here, we'll give you a ride." These strangers that I have known for 2.5 hours at best. And me, being very tired, thinks, "Yeah, okay. They seem nice." So I get into their minivan and sit in the back seat with their daughter. "Glad you didn't get murdered." Me too. Yeah, spoilers, I lived. So I get in the back seat with the daughter, and I am, like, getting pretty tired. Like, I'm getting very tired by this point. And, you know, I message Lawyer Dog and be like, yeah, hey, I'm heading over to the train station now." And then I get to the train station, and sorry, losing focus here. I get to the train station, and there is this tiny little cafe with the person who works there, like, who works at the tiny little diner thing, just, like, coming and going whenever they want. They obviously do not give half a goddamn about being there. Most of the people hanging out at the station are, you know, you got some weirdo looking folks, but generally people are just quiet, minding their own business. So I claim a table, and I'm, like, laying down at the table, and I'm desperately trying not to go to sleep because I don't want to just pass out in the train station. But I'm just drifting in and out of consciousness because I'm so tired. Eventually, the person who works at the little diner thing, like, stays there for a bit longer than usual. And I'm like, "Oh, you know what? You know what'll wake me up? I'm gonna get something to eat." I get a super cheap-ass ham and cheese sandwich and a bottle of water. I have my food, and I'm just sitting there, and I have to be in this train station just hanging out for like 3 hours. So I'm just, like, I'll periodically check my phone, but I didn't want to waste any battery because I still had a several-hour train ride ahead of me. So I'm not like checking Discord that often. I'm just, like, poking at my phone every now and then, and mostly just kind of zoning out. Like, at one point I tried to read, but I was a little too nervous. And I'm sitting here for about an hour and a half or so, and some guy walks up to me. And he just starts talking to me. He's like, "Hey buddy, where are you headed?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm headed to Springfield." He's just like, "Oh, cool. Yeah, I've been you know, backpacking around. I'm just traveling. It's nice to see another guy around my age." I'm like, "Yeah, okay, sure. What's up?" And we start talking. And he starts talking to me, and he's at one point he's talking just like, "Yeah, so, you know, when I'm just traveling around, something that I like to do while I'm traveling is, hey, do you play Magic the Gathering?" And I'm like, "What the whoa, huh? Yes?" Hey, do you want to look at my commander deck? Let me know what you think. I'm thinking of making some changes. And I'm just like, okay. And I look at the commander deck. I don't remember what the deck was. I was so out of it at the time. And I'm just like, yeah, this seems pretty good. Yeah, it's a group hug deck. I think that's what it was. And he's just like, yeah, so I just, you know, I keep a couple of cards on me, but I don't really have much of a collection because I'm traveling. And I was like, yeah, I got some, I'm gonna probably play some cards with my buddies, but usually we do draft and stuff like that. And he's like, oh, okay. Because I'm thinking, like, I have 2 commander decks in my bag, but I don't want to pull them out because this random weirdo might frickin' jack them. So I'm just talking, you know, we keep talking, and he's just like, oh yeah, by the way, I've been working on this game dev project. Could you take a look at that too? And I am starting to, like, panic. I'm starting to freak out because it's just like, I am in the mirror dimension. I have met my doppelganger. He's going to murder me and steal my life. Because it's like, oh yeah, like, random white nerd in his mid-20s, loves playing Magic the Gathering, like, went to school for game design. It's like a lifesteal deck. No, his deck was, it's, group hug decks are like giving benefits to everyone at the table. Discord scam in real life. He got hit with an IRL virus. Oh, lifesteal, because he was going to steal my life. Got it. Hat realizes he's a living stereotype. Yeah, so... Yeah. Sorry. When I tell this story, I get into the mindset of me being, like, super deliriously tired. And just absolutely out of my mind. Just, like, barely conscious. And so I'm talking to this guy for a while. He shows me his game development project on his shitty, like, ThinkPad. I'm like, yeah, this seems cool. Are you, like, how are you managing your object handlers? And he's just like, oh yeah, I'm doing this, but it was in HTML5. And I wasn't super familiar with JavaScript at the time, so I couldn't help him out that much. But also, I was completely out of it. So I wouldn't have been much help anyways. Method acting, yeah. Oh. So, eventually he's just like, oh yeah, my bus is about to leave. It's nice meeting you. I'm like, yeah, nice meeting you too. He gave me his phone number, I think. I definitely didn't keep it. But I finally get on the train, and on the train ride, I am constantly, like... Oh. Ah, okay. I was wondering what the prompt showing up was for. So, on the train ride, I'm constantly in and out of consciousness because I'm thinking, like, oh god, what if I pass out and miss my stop? So, even more just bewildered fatigue on the train ride. I finally get there, and I open Discord to message Lago to be like, yeah, hey, I'm at the train station, you can come pick me up. And I see, like, a long list of messages from both Lawyer Dog and Lagatrope, like, Hat, where are you? Hat, are you still alive? Are you okay? Hat, please. They were desperately trying to get get me to respond, because last I said, like, hey, I'm going to the train station. And that was the last they heard of me for 6 hours of me traveling while, like, in half consciousness. And so I'm like, yeah, I'm fine, I'm at the train station, come please pick me up. I didn't tell... So, here's the kicker. I think it would have been way worse if I had actually told them that I was getting a ride to the train station with strangers! I didn't tell them that I was getting a ride from strangers to the train station. So, you know, that whole escapade was just like, Hat, how did you survive? One single thing could have gone wrong, and you would just be a body in a ditch. Like, what were you doing? And I don't have an excuse other than I was really tired at the time. So that's the train story. That was that was the time. I easily could have gotten like kidnapped and murdered at like 13 different stops along my journey. Missed the end. Can you tell the entire story again? No. I can relay whatever you missed on Discord after the stream. That one wasn't as fun as not understanding the lady wanted to kiss you, but glad you didn't die. Yeah, I thought it was very funny in retrospect, but that's mostly just because I didn't face... I did not face any repercussions for my actions. Are you sure being obliviously lucky isn't your stand power? It might be. Journey about Hat's friends panicking about Hat getting accosted by genuinely friendly people. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the moral of the story wasn't like, oh, like, telling that story, it's not, oh, you should be careful when you're traveling. The moral of the story was, I met some nice people while going to my friend's house. Only train story is one time you're on the New Mexico Rail Runner, which has a bright red and yellow color scheme in its upholstery, and the only other person in the car was a guy with a bright red and yellow business suit on. And an hour in, you found he was not affiliated with the train and was just wearing a bright red and yellow business suit to a job interview. Nice. Your parents took you on a train ride, and your one memory is, wow, this thing is big. Yeah. Crank Rod? But I'm streaming, game! Oh, you guys can't see it. Hang on. In the corner, it says Crank Rod, which I think is very funny. We can see it. Your career is finished. Oh no! Is that a noun or a command? Crank Rod, now! Oh yeah, so there's another story. This story actually came up in... I think it came up in the novel that my mom wrote. It was a pseudo-biographical mystery novel. She wrote it under a pen name, so I could tell you what the title is, but I don't remember. Sorry. But did she get published? Yes. That I think so. It got distribution. I have a signed copy in a box somewhere. Want to spend money on your mom's novel? I don't think she would actually get any money from it at this point. This was back when we lived in Canada. And I think she has cut ties with the publisher, if there was one. You could give me money. I wouldn't complain. Right, so, this story, my mom refers to it as the Brotherhood of the Traveling Couch. Can you commission my mom? Fucking maybe. So, when I was younger, we had a faux leather couch and a faux leather love seat. And they were super comfortable. I loved just hanging out on the couch and the love seat. And at one point, we got a husky, and the husky, like, tore the fuck out of the couch and the love seat. Because he was a rambunctious rascal. There it is. We got a new living room set, and we were tossing the old ones to the curb. And I was like, oh, but this couch is so comfortable, we can't get rid of it. And they're just like, we're not keeping the couch. We're throwing the couch away. And I called up one of my friends on the phone, because it was, I had a cell phone, and it wasn't even smart. I called up my friend, and I'm like, hey, get over here. And he's like, okay. Because back in the day, I had some party leader energy back at the time. Oh shit.
THX for the audiobook stream.
Thank you very much for the 1337 cult. Right, so the my friend showed up, and I think he brought another one of my friends, because the other friend was at that friend's house. So friend one shows up, and he's just like, so hey, what's up? What are we doing? And I point at the couch that's sitting on the curb, and I say, we're taking this to your house. And he says, what? And I say, my parents are throwing away this couch, but it's a good couch, so we're gonna keep it. So we're gonna take this to your house. And he's like, oh, okay. And the couch was pretty light. So it, like, we were able to, like, cycle through turns of just, like, 2 people carrying it at a time. It was not super physically taxing or anything. So, at the time we lived in St. John's, and something that you need to know about St. John's is that St. John's is built, like, on a ton of hills that all lead down into a harbor. There's, like, not a flat street in St. John's. It is all hill. And a lot of the hills are very steep. And so, to carry this couch to my friend's house would have been at least 2 miles, and it was all uphill. So we start, and we have to, like, okay, so I'll get to that, I guess. We start carrying it up the street, and my parents are just like, what are you doing with the couch? And I'm like, we're taking it to my friend's house. And my friend just looks at my parents and shrugs, because he's like, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I guess I'm helping this guy carry a couch. We were like 12, 13 at the time. We were youngins. So we start carrying this couch up the street. We get it up the street. We get it across a major intersection, like a 4-lane road. We carry it across the crosswalk there. And on the other side of the street, there's a gas station. And I dig into my pockets to see what all change I have. And I pull out the spare change, and I'm like, hey, I've got like 69 cents. And I don't remember if that's exactly how much I had, or if that's just what filled in my memory because it's the funny number, but it's like, I got 69 cents. I'm gonna go see what I can get from the gas station for 69 cents. And they're like, yeah, okay, whatever. So they just put the couch down on the sidewalk, and they're just sitting on the couch waiting for me to get back. And I go in, and there are bunches of bananas. And the bunches of bananas are pretty cheap. So I carry a bunch of bananas over to the counter and say, hey, could I get one of these bananas for all of the change I have in my pocket? And I put my change on the counter. And the poor person working at this gas station is just like, no? What? That's not really a thing we do. You can't really buy individual bananas. And I'm just like, aw, come on. Me and my friends are carrying this couch all the way. Like, we gotta carry this couch so long and we need the energy, okay? Come on, just let me buy the banana. And this person, obviously not wanting to deal with me complaining at them about not being able to buy a single banana at the gas station, was just like, yeah, okay, sure, just take the banana. I keep the change, just take the banana. And I'm like, oh yeah, cool. So I proudly take my reward back to my friends, and we split it into 3 pieces and share it. And I'm like, alright, now we've got all the energy we need to get this banana all the way up to friend 1's house. And we're carrying it up the road, and we get, like, 3/4 of a mile, maybe a mile up the road, carrying this couch. Like, just rotating in shifts. And at some point along the way, a lady in a minivan pulls up alongside us, and like she rolls down the window and is all the energy we need to get this banana all the way to friend's one's house, to get the couch to the house. So this lady pulls up alongside us and rolls down the window, and like we're still walking and she's driving really slowly, and she's just like, what are you doing with that couch there, boys? And I'm like, we're taking it to my friend's house because my parents were trying to throw it out. And she's like, it seems really heavy. Do you 3 need a hand or something? And I'm like, we're good. We can carry it the rest of the way. And she's like, where are you taking it to? And I give some like approximate directions. And she's like, boys, that's still like a mile away. You don't need to here. Do you want to just put that couch in the back of my car, and you know, I can drive it for you. You don't have to get in. Like, I can just drive the couch up there for you. And me, being a man of the people, say, that sounds like a great idea. It was a googer. That post. I love that post. So I'm like, that sounds like a great idea. So, and my friends are like, what? No? And I'm like, come on, do you really want to carry it all the rest of the way? We'll just say, if anyone asks, we'll just say that we carried it the rest of the way ourselves. And I'm like, okay. And friend, I don't remember if it was friend 1 or friend 2, and he's just like, if we get murdered for this, I'm blaming you. And I'm like, that's fair. But we're not gonna get murdered. She's nice. And so we, you know, she pulls over to the side of the road, pops the trunk, and it's like a hatchback kind of thing. And we managed to finagle this love seat into the back of her vehicle, and it doesn't, like, it's too big for the love seat to close. So, like, we're just like, we can't get the hatch door closed, and she's like, oh, that's fine, just leave it open, I'll drive slow. And, like, in the process of putting this love seat into the back of her SUV, like, the backs of a couple of the seats got all scratched up, which I feel bad about. But, you know, I hop in the front seat, my two buddies get into the middle seats, because it's one of those, like, you got the 2 front seats, 2 middle seats, and the 3 back seats, and the 3 back seats were set down to fit in the love seat. And, so, we're getting a ride, and she's like, so why are you carrying that couch? I'm like, it's really comfortable, and I didn't want to throw it away, so I figured I'd bring it up to my friend's house. And she's like, okay, and it's a pretty short drive, and we get there, and we take the love seat out, and she's like, all right, you 3 take care now. And I'm like, oh, thank you so much for helping us. And so we, after all of this exertion of getting a ride to carry the couch to my friend's house, we set the couch down in my friend's front yard, and we just, like, sprawl out on it. And friend 1 is just like, it was friend 1's house, and friend 1 is just like, you know, my dad is gonna be pissed that you just dropped this piece of garbage on his lawn. And I'm like, it's not garbage, it's a perfectly good couch. And almost on cue, his dad comes out, and he's got a strong Newfie accent, which I cannot replicate, but he's just like, what's going on out here? Why is there a couch in the yard? What are you guys doing? And friend 1 is just like, he told me to bring this couch up, and I couldn't say no. And he's just like, well, you're not bringing it into my house. And I'm just like, oh, dang it. But it's such a nice couch. And he's just like, I don't care if it's a nice couch. We don't need a couch. It's garbage. No. You said yard exactly like the Ram Ranch song. Great. You were a naive child, huh? Yeah, a little bit. I like to think of it as optimistic. They never saw the couch again. So, we, so, I have, at this point, I'm just like, ah, dang it. Well, now I'm never gonna find a place to keep this couch. So, we go into my friend's house, and we just start hanging out and playing video games and stuff. And and I'm thinking, like, what are we gonna do with that couch? I've got the perfect idea. I've got 2 idiot friends, more idiot than us, or at least I. They will find something cool and fun to do with the couch. So I call up 2 of my skater friends. They were super into Tony Hawk, Jackass, you know, like the band Margera kind of skate culture. They were on that kind of wavelength. So I'm like, these guys could totally find something fun to do with this couch. Hey, there's a couch up at friend 1's house. Come and get it. And they're like, yeah, okay. And so by the time I left friend 1's house, the couch was already gone. And over the next week or so, we saw that couch pop up in several different locations. We saw it in the kids' park, close in the neighborhood where the skater friends lived. Saw it on the side of the like main street, that 4-lane street that we had to cross in the first place. Saw it alongside that, and then at one point it ended up. It was also like in the apartment complex, like the area around the apartment complex where one of the skater friends lived. And eventually it ended up at the McDonald's... No, it ended up at the Burger King parking lot. There was a McDonald's and a Burger King very close together. It ended up at the Burger King parking lot, and what they would do is they would go into the Burger King, they would order Burger King, and then they would go out into the parking lot and eat Burger King on the couch. And they did the same thing at Burger King a couple of times, got yelled at to take the couch away by the Burger King management, went to the McDonald's, did the same thing at McDonald's a couple of times, and then, like, a week and a half later, finally, we found the couch sticking out of the dumpster in the, out behind the McDonald's. And it was just like, aw, dang, what a shame. It had quite a journey. So that's the traveling couch story. Can't believe the story ended with couch death. By the time the couch ended up in the McDonald's parking lot dumpster, it was even more torn and beat to shit than it was before. That couch had already lived a long and fruitful life. It was well past its prime. All right. Hang on. Let me I was doing the thing where I was like I got too into it, so let's see what folks in chat have to say. Now Hat's a naive adult. Amazing how Hat's innocence attracts kind, helpful people. It's optimism if they help you move the couch. It's naivete if they steal it. Yeah, exactly. You should have put it back at the gas station. I should have brought it back to my house. Don't think you did a single thing that exciting outside of school hours for your entire childhood. Yeah, I was... one time... I played lookout for my friend doing graffiti outside of the back of a department store, and that was fun and exciting. I did some graffiti on the children's park. One time after I moved... Oh wait, hang on. At least you didn't get killed. Yep. Oh, right, this tweet. Hang on. Can I tell you something? You're gonna get mad at me. I'm having an allergic reaction to these crabs. If I told her too early, she would take my crab away. I had to eat my fill first. Oh. Great. The closest to excitement you got was finding out your friend's siblings got a cop helicopter searching for them because they went to a friend's house and didn't tell their parents. Holy shit. In elementary recess, all the kids, including you, encountered a snake. Nice, nice. Hat traveled to Kamurocho as a kid and did graffiti at the children's park. Hat turned out completely normal. I guess. Hat's couch story would be a Yakuza sub-story? Hell yeah! "4 years in a row you proved you were the best at math in America. Damn, Dan. That's pretty rad." Yours was for deaf kids only? Ah. Different brackets, I see. Kind of embarrassing story about a Renaissance fair you went to in high school. Got just fucked up at the regional spelling bee 3 times. I never did any of that kind of competition. No, wait, no. I came in like 8th at a swimming competition. A competitive swimming competition. No, I came in 8th in the butterfly, which I thought was spectacular because the butterfly is so fucking hard. I came in 2nd at the backstroke. I was very good at the back. I was a very good swimmer back in the day. I would like to swim more, but getting to a pool is inconvenient. Kiryu has to grab yakisoba and sake for the for the college dudes moving the couch. Won awards in middle school for some weird competition where they make middle school kids take college entrance exams. Huh. Alright, what am I missing? Furnace pipes. Not the breaststroke. I was actually kind of bad at the breaststroke. I could never grok how to, like, do the breaststroke quickly. I could do it. I was totally competent at it, but I could never figure out how to go fast at it. Far too lazy to enter any sort of contest as a kid. I was in like 8 fucking different sports. I was on a softball team, I was on the swim team, I was in a programming team in high school. I super did not know how to program. I did many different things. I was like in intramural soccer one time. I was okay at soccer because I had good cardio.
Leggy gets sturdy and plays with hoses. More at 11.
Thank you very much for the resub, Fletcher. You were a slice of life anime protagonist. I guess. See, the problem that I had with like getting good at any kind of sport or any kind of activity like that was that, ooh, achievement unlocked specialist. I'm not a super competitive person in general, just broadly speaking. I would join the softball team, I would join the swim team, and then like we would have one competition. And I would be like, alright, that was cool, I'm done, I'm out. So I have like a participation trophy from my softball team and a couple other like little knickknacks from the various things that I did, but I never really stuck with anything. Why was your life a shonen adventure? I don't know! I moved around a lot, so I ended up starting anew so many different times. The train is completely clean. Yep, let's watch the time lapse. You wanted the experience of competing without the stress of being number one. Yeah. I never had any expectations of being number one anyways, so... Wish your early life was half as interesting as mine. There are like 2 other stories that I tend to tell, but I lost them. Ah, damn it. Alright, what are folks in chat talking about? Middle schoolers remind you when the school gave you an IQ test and you got in the 160s, which was cool. Then later one of the staff went out of his way to remind you that was by small baby standards. Aw, rude. Soccer's fun, got good at defending, only ever got to be a defender. Yeah, I was like I was a forward, but I wasn't good at scoring. So I passed the ball like nobody's business. Let's see. One time you qualified for a national math competition in middle school, forgot about it, didn't tell your parents, didn't find out until later that you'd forgotten. Oh no. The Lord of the Rings story told us how bad you are at scoring already! Ho ho! Got me! Damn, that Victor kid sounds like a punk. Fuck that dude. Damn it, I'm trying to remember the other story that I wanted to tell. Because this is just story time stream. No, don't restart. Let's do another special. Let's work on the mini golf course, because it doesn't have a story or anything. And I don't want to have to stop my own story to read story. So, the mugging story. How many people have not heard the mugging story yet? How does a park get this dirty? Yeah, don't worry about it. No, Cult has heard it. Alright, multiple people have not heard it. So, this story requires some setup, some preface. This was in high school, but a different high school than the one with Lord of the Rings girl. And I didn't have many friends at like any of the high schools that I went to. I would usually just have like one or two. And the first friend group that I made at this high school, which... Okay, it didn't go great for some reasons that we'll get to. So, the gaggle of folks that I was friends with that are relevant to this story. There was a incredibly white and nerdy dude. He made me look ethnic. He was so extraordinarily white and nerdy. Like, basically never left the house, so he was extraordinarily pale. And scrawny. And, like, he kinda had, like, the nerd hunch and everything. Like, it was... He was a walking nerd stereotype. It was crazy. So I met this guy in one of my classes. We were in the same grade. We shared a couple of classes together. And at first, it's like, oh, cool. A nerdy guy who kind of likes video games and knows about internet stuff. Like, oh, maybe we could get along. And we got along well enough at first, but over time, it was slowly revealed that he was the kind of guy that would, like... This was the kind of guy that went on Tor. Like, used Tor to go to sites that you're not supposed to go to. He wasn't the kind of guy that just talked about doing it. This guy genuinely would, like, go to, like, find some fucked up stuff on the internet and just got a huge kick out of it. So, Internet Creepazoid was one of our characters here. There was Internet Creepazoid. There was a dude who was gay. And that's okay. This guy made being gay seem not okay. because the way that he expressed his homosexuality was not okay. He would like grope other dudes and then just try to laugh it off, and the other dudes would just be like, "Hey, fucking don't." Like, so he, like, I believe he was either Cuban or some kind of Mediterranean, but he was, yeah, he was, yeah, a bit of a sex pest. Also, massive loudmouth, generally not super fun to be around even when he wasn't being a sex pest. But, like, he was okay enough frequently enough that I didn't hate being associated with him. Eventually, the harassment got to the point where I was just like, yeah, I can't. I can't be associated with this person anymore. But at the time, we were still kind of friends. So. Oh, that's unfortunate, Dan. Sorry to hear. So. We had, Internet Weirdo, we had, Sex Pest, and, we had, Cool Black Guy. He was short, he had a big afro, he liked anime, he was super fun to be around. He wanted his nickname to be Blackie-chan, and as the only black person, I think maybe even in our grade, his nickname could not be Blackie-chan. He was a fun dude, probably like the coolest dude out of most people that I hung out with in high school. He ended up going to school for game design, I think. But for as funny a nickname as Blackie-chan is, because he was into karate, we could not call him Blackie-chan. There's probably some blaxploitation movie called Blackie-chan or something. I don't know. But we will refer to him as Cool Anime Dude from this point forward. So, it was me, Internet Creepazoid, Sex Pest, and Anime Dude. We went to see the movie Horrible Bosses. I don't remember who was in it that made me want to go see this movie, but at the time I worked at the movie theater, so I had like a ton of free tickets that I needed to use eventually. So we went to see Horrible Bosses, and it was an okay movie. It was fine. We got out, we went to see one of the later showings, so we got out, and it's dark, like, it's pretty late, like, sometime around 11, you know, give or take an hour around 11 o'clock. And since I worked at the movie theater, I generally knew the route for getting to and from the movie theater, but because it was pretty late, none of us really wanted to call our parents to get us back. And I was like, oh yeah, I know the way back, we can walk. And, like, the way back that I had in mind was, it was pretty much all along major roads, so it was well lit, there were always people around. Like, still not the best to be going around at night, you know, just a couple of dumbass teenagers with smartphones in their pockets. But it seemed like it would be, like, the way to get back seemed fine. Oh no, yaoi paddles. Oh god. Yeah, that's unfortunate. No. My cool anime guy was fun and cool about it. I think he liked a lot of like moe animes, which wasn't my scene, but he wasn't a weirdo about it. So I had a route to get us home, and it seemed like it would be pretty safe, pretty quick. Sex Pest says, "Hey, I know a way to get us back. It's a shortcut. It will get back way faster." And I'm like, "Are you sure?" He's like, "Yeah, I walk around here all the time." And I'm like, "Is it well lit?" And he's just like, "Yeah, you just got to get past this one street, and then it's like major roads all the way back." I'm like, "Okay." And I'm like, "All right. I don't want to argue with this guy because he's a loudmouth and he will start shouting if I try to argue for too long. And not like shouting at me, but just his voice will gradually raise over time to the point where it's just unpleasant to be talking to him. You're looking up fan art on 4chan. Yeah, Internet Creepazoid loved 4chan. And various other Chan spin-offs. He generally didn't, like, talk up about any, like, particularly uncool opinions about stuff, but he definitely loved hanging out on the Chans. Anyways, so I give up and say, "All right, Sex Pest, we'll go on your route." And the way that the area around the movie theater was set up was like, it was mostly this big, like, open air, not necessarily a strip mall, but like a shopping area. Like, it wasn't a mall, it was all, like, all of the buildings were, like, outside entrances. But it was just like a big shopping area, big shopping zone. And the movie theater was basically at the head of it. And the movie theater has, like, this 7-8 foot wall around the back of it, and that wall is surrounded by hedges on the outside. And we start walking, and his route takes us behind the movie theater, so on the other side of the wall, so that nobody, like, that could possibly be... Not only could nobody that was even vaguely in the shopping area, like, could they see us, but also, like, there was no quick way to get back to the movie theater from the route that we were taking. We start walking out around that way, and almost immediately it is very dark. The area behind the movie theater is not very well lit. On the other side of the street, there's this park, like a kid's park, a little playground, playset kind of thing. And surrounded by that is a whole bunch of suburbs. And the suburbs are all, like, super dark. Like, not nearly well lit enough, just in general. And we had barely turned the corner around the wall when I spot a group of individuals intermingling with our group. And I am immediately suspicious. Like, I put my hands in my pockets, I'm, like, on guard, on defense, because it's just like, oh, okay, so now we just walked into a dark area, and a group of dudes in hoodies and jeans, like, are just on top of us. And there's, like, one of them to each of us, and then two more. And so we are we are surrounded, and one of them asks dumbass sex pest, hey, do you have the time? And he takes out his smartphone. And I see this happen, and I'm just like, son of a bitch, fucking idiot, goddamn, what, why, god damn it. And immediately after that, all of the dudes are in action. Like, all at once, a bunch of stuff starts happening. The dude that was on me, even Hat's optimism has limits. Yeah, no, it was extraordinarily suspicious. It was, like, the most obvious, like, these guys are on us for bad reasons. So, everything starts happening at once. The dude that's on me reaches his hands into my pockets, can obviously could have felt my smartphone, but does not grab it. Like, he ends up not grabbing anything out of my pockets. I even have my wallet in my back pocket. I think the guy that was, like, assigned to me, was just not into it. So, dude on me is up in my pockets. The two that were, like, on lookout all gang up on Loudmouth Sex Pest, and they grab his phone and, like, chuck it down the street. It shatters everywhere. They get his wallet and just, like, rifle through it as they are running away. And the Sex Pest was, like, on the heavier side, so he couldn't keep up. So, like, the contents of his wallet, like, a couple of the contents of his wallet are spread everywhere, and they just make out, like, or they made away. They did not make out with anything. They made away with, whatever else was in his wallet. Which apparently included a driver's license and a credit card. Which was not good for him. Meanwhile, the one that was assigned to Cool Anime Dude, just did not bother him at all. Just did absolutely nothing to him. And just, like, left once, shit started going crazy. Who gives credit cards to teens? Yeah. And he was probably bad with the credit card anyways. Didn't want to risk a potential hate crime. They were all black individuals. I didn't want to bring it up because, like, that small detail was relevant in that they didn't bother the black guy that was with us. But I wasn't gonna bring it up. So they, Cool Anime Dude was completely unbothered. Internet Creepazoid threw his freshly refilled large root beer directly in the face of one of them, and then dove into the bushes like it was some kind of cartoon. Just completely disappeared into the hedges that lined the wall. And so, like, once that initial burst of action passed, and we're all starting to gather ourselves, Sex Pest is, like, chasing them off across the street, and, you know, by the time he gets across the street, they are already, like, scattered into the suburbs. Like, there's no way he is catching up with any of them. So he's pissed. He's, like, gathering up all the shit that got flung out of his wallet and his busted smartphone. Internet Creepazoid, like, pulls himself out of the hedges and is, like, covered in scrapes and shit, and, like, has... It was like a cartoon. He had, like, leaves sticking out of his hair. Apparently he was on the track team. I don't know how he was that pale when... and also on the track team, but he was like, he just instantly disappeared as soon as shit hit the fan. And me and Cool Anime Guy were just standing there because, like, we didn't get fucked with, so we were just like, in shock. Just like, what the fuck was that? Sexpest gets back, and he's just like, oh, we gotta call the cops. So one of you give me your phone. We gotta call the cops. And I'm just like, yeah, okay. And I think we ended up using Internet Creepazoid's phone to call the police and make the report. And as we're just like sitting around, I'm just like, man, this, like, of course this happens because we took your directions, Sexpest. And he's just like, I didn't know, how was I supposed to know? This area is usually totally fine. And Internet Creepazoid speaks up and is just like, oh, you don't know what this neighborhood is, do you? Yeah, these are the projects. These are all, like, housing for convicted criminals. Like, once they get out of jail, they get set up over here. And I'm just like, oh my god. Fucking dumbass. Leading us through here. So we just like sit on the sidewalk for a while, wait for the cops to show up. We get taken down to the station and give our statements and all that. Nothing ever came of it, of course. Yeah, it was that's like the most of the story is just like, yeah, Sexpest had to get a new phone and get a bunch of shit from his wallet replaced, and I didn't hang out with them much after that because yeah, fucking dumbass. And also on the way back, we ended up getting a ride from Sexpest's dad, and Sexpest was like trying to hit on us on the ride home, and was just being super uncool about it. Yeah. So that's the time I got mugged. How does Dad just not hit him? I don't know. I don't think his dad was paying attention. That might be why he was the way he was. It was just like his dad didn't pay him any mind, so he started acting up in weird ways. I don't know. Wait, can I push this golf ball? Does the golf ball have physics? Hang on. I want to clean the course first. Mugged and creepily hit on by a harasser. Quite the bad day. Yeah. It was also like one of the first time. Oh, right. I was about to say it was like the first time a crime had been done to me. That's not necessarily true. So one time, some of our TVs got stolen by movers. Because we moved so much, eventually it got to the point where we started hiring movers, because it was just way too much effort to do all of the effort of moving every time. It's like my mom had started to develop an RSI in one of her arms, and this, that, and the other thing. So it's like, we're hiring movers. And this story is actually one of the first instances I got of I truly experienced fuck the police. But we'll get to that. So, it is the day of the move, and I have a horrible fever. I am just like in and out of consciousness. I am feeling absolutely miserable. I can barely speak. Like my head is exploding. I'm burning up. I am feeling just awful. And it is the day of the move. So everything is happening all at once. At one point, my parents take my sisters and are like, hey, you're gonna stay here. You're gonna stay here by yourself. Just let us know if the movers need anything. We're gonna be right back. We're gonna go get a load of stuff from the other house. Cool. So all I have to do is just like sit there on the couch, and I'm in and out of consciousness, but for this purpose, should be fine. Shouldn't cause any problems at all. Just like, hey, let us know if the movers say anything, and just pass that along. And the movers come up to me, and I am like half passed out on the couch in the living room. And the movers come in and say, like, hey, we're gonna need that payment right now. And I'm like, I don't have the payment, or I think I had the check, but they were like, no, that this isn't enough. There were some extra fees. We need our payment right now. And I'm like, oh, okay, let me just text my parents and say, and let them know they'll be back soon. And they're like, how soon, man? Because we got to get out of here. And I'm like, I don't know, a few minutes, maybe they'll be here soon. And they're like, okay. And it was like a dream sequence. It was like I saw it in a haze of them taking our 2 HD TVs off the floor in the living room, putting it onto their truck, and driving away. And so at around this point, I passed all the way out, and my parents got back, and they're like, hey, where are the movers? We have their money. And I'm like, I don't know. They said they had to go. And my mom was like, oh, okay, well, I guess we'll just, we'll get their payment to them, we'll get their payment to them, tomorrow. And we start getting some stuff out of the car, getting things put together, and I don't remember who it was that noticed, but they're just like, hey, where are our TVs? And I'm like, oh, yeah, the movers took the TVs. And they're like, what? Yeah, they put the TVs back on the truck and left. And they're like, what the fuck? So they we start freaking out a little bit, understandably so, because we were just robbed. And my parents are like trying to contact the owner of the moving company, just like, hey, we have your money here, give us back our TVs. And he's like, oh yeah, no, there were a couple of other, there were some other fees, there was more stuff than we quoted you for, and this, that, and the other thing, a whole bunch of bullshit. Yay! Whole bunch of bullshit. And he's just like, yeah, so we're just gonna have those TVs for collateral, and once we get the additional $1,000 of payment, then we'll bring them right back to you. It's just like, what do you mean 1,000? So, absolute scam artists. This is we called the cops and we're like, hey, they said that we have a receipt for the original price, and they said they're not going to bring us back our TVs unless they give us an additional $1,000. And the cops are just like, okay, well, we'll what's the name of the company? We'll get they started getting details. It's like, okay, we'll look into it. And after a while, like a week or so passes and no response from the police. And my mom was just like, all right, fuck this. We're going to get a lawyer. We're going to sue them. And we get the lawyer, and the lawyer's just like, all right, well, do you have a police report? And we start telling them, like, yeah, the police haven't really done much. And the lawyer is just like, well, in this kind of case, there's not much we can do without, like, without police involvement. And so my mom gets pissed, and she just calls up the owner of the moving company, and she's just like, hey, like, I've got a lawyer on the line, like, I've been talking with the police, and you better bring us back our fucking TVs. Like, you stole our TVs. You better bring those back, or, you know, we're gonna make sure that you get arrested. And the guy laughed at her over the phone and hung up. So obviously, this totally reputable business was not too bothered by the threat of police action. So, you know, the cops continue to do absolutely nothing about it. Eventually, we find our TVs at a pawn shop just down the road from where we live. It is like a 5-minute walk from where we live to this pawn shop, and we see our TVs. It just in there, just hanging out. And my mom calls the detective that was on the case and just like, hey, we found our TVs at a pawn shop. Is there anything you could do about this? And so the result of this is the police said, yeah, we can't do anything about this. There was a paper trail. My mom did a bunch of research and like found the paper trail of a bunch of different companies that this guy was involved with, like several moving companies, a pawn shop. So like this guy was probably like into organized crime or some shit. Like, he had a bunch of fucking, like, fronts for his shit. And, we never got our TVs back. I think what happened was the pawn shop offered us, like, $250. Just as a, like, hey, don't continue, like, just, we will give you a little bit of money if you just don't tell people that we are selling your stolen TVs. Because it's not that we don't believe you that they're your stolen TVs, but you don't have legal proof. And you know, a whole situation like that, so. We went back to moving ourselves for a little while, but eventually we did start using movers again, but we were just more careful. Like, we would do way deeper research into what moving companies we would use. And I'm still scared when I use moving companies. Like, I will take photos of every single belonging that is going onto the truck. And, like, I'm asking about, like, hey, what kind of insurance do you offer and all that kind of shit, so I am very careful about using movers nowadays. Did the pawn shop give them back? Yeah, no, the pawn shop did not give them back. And the cops did not help us, so it was like, it seemed like the most cut and dry kind of situation, but the cops just like, nothing we could do. Sorry. So, what is it? Final fight? That's just like, trust only your fists. The police will never help you. Started feeling that at the time. The actual rate of cops helping solve crimes is extremely low. Yeah. They never found the dudes that stole Sex Pest's wallet. And even if they did, like, they were minors, so there was nothing that they could... Or they were probably minors, so there was probably nothing that would have happened anyways. Streets of Rage. Yeah. Oh, I'm going for over 420. Let's see. What all stuff in chat did I miss because I was in the storytelling zone? Oh right, Asp talking about how he got strangled by a lady and told her he would blow her up. Hat, you're a lot of Yakuza subplots. Yeah. Yeah, these things did just keep happening to me. Oh, I missed a lot of chat. Holy cow. Alright. No, sorry. 87% that chance that guy is an alt-writer now. Yep, that I would believe that for sure. What else did I miss? Usually it's the anime dude who ends up being the worst in the group. Yeah, no. Cool anime dude was a very nice guy. I liked hanging out with him. Yaoi paddles. Yeah, no, that's oof. I never even considered associating with any of the anime clubs at any of the schools that I went to. Showing fan art to a friend as a joke to get the ugh reaction. Yeah, oof, gross. Hat's dumb teenage friends having smartphones sure dates this for you. Yeah. I am a spry, young 28 years old here. He was like Homer in the clip. Yeah, So I during the mugging, jumping back to the mugging story, I did not actually see like him dive into the bushes. It was just as soon as stuff happening, he was there and then he was gone. Just completely vanished into the bushes. Didn't get a credit card until you were 28 and had to submit character references. I keep getting fucking credit card offers in the mail, and I should look into actually getting a credit card so I can start building my credit score, because I have a bunch of student loans, so my credit score is probably complete dog shit. Oh, call the cops with the phone most likely to have something illegal on it. He was gonna search... The cops weren't gonna search our phones. We got mugged. Barely even mugged. More like aggressively pickpocketed. Who hits on anyone else in front of their dad? This creepazoid, this weirdo. That guy probably ended up in jail for something. He did not seem like... He didn't really come across as, like, skeevy or criminal. He was just a creep. Like how even when Hat gets mugged, he runs into decent people. Yeah, they were probably just, like, hanging out with their friends, just like, hey, let's pull some shit here. Yeah, the mini golf course seems like it's going to be a very large undertaking. I'm probably done cleaning at the moment. I'm just gonna finish catching up on chat here. priest that baptized you is notable for getting a free car from your parents when you were small, and he was in need, and turning his life around and starting a corporation called Homeboy Industries to rehabilitate gang members. That's awesome! I like the song, but it has lyrics. Oh wait, Sun Meditation. Is this the... No, this isn't the meat and fuck background music. That's a different one from that album. Got beat up in high school, but had some girl sick her goons after you because you ignored her. Damn. Rough. The girl that you threatened to blow up got expelled for pulling a knife on someone. At least it wasn't you, because apparently they were willing to use it. Freaking strangling you. Wild. Remember girls giggling about sticking stuff in your ears while you tried to do work and you got in trouble when you got upset? Yeah! That was pretty common. Oh! That's another story I could tell. And it's a relatively short story. I'm putting a pin in that so I can finish catching up on chat. I'm gonna call that the garbage can story. So we'll get to the garbage can story here in a moment. Child asked was, don't laugh at me for getting strangled. I'll blow you up. I'll blow you all up. Yeah, starting out on the supervillain career track quite early. Got suspended once and removed from a class for saying you knew how to buy uranium online. Yep. All of this completely tracks for ASP backstory. Saw an ad for one of those cool chemistry kits that comes with samples of uranium and a Geiger counter. Oh. Hard to get help for that kind of thing. Brother worked at a game company for a year, never got paid because they just didn't have a way to get paid because the boss left the country. Right. That story. Yeah. Sometimes people do a crime and just get away with it, and that sucks. Most interesting high school thing is on graduation you got a shout out for being the guy who slept through all of his classes. Yeah, I slept a lot in high school. This is not a full story, but oh wait, no. That is a full story. Damn it. All right, garbage can story and sign-in story. We'll get to it. Credit cards through your bank or credit union is pretty good because they know you have money. Yeah, I don't know if my bank does credit cards because it's one of those weird online-only banks. My card is a MasterCard credit debit kind of thing. It's also a checking savings account, which means I get like 15 cents a month, as long as I have basically any money in there. Buy a sandwich once a month with the card and then pay off the sandwich debt. Yeah, basically. Oh, I want sandwiches now. Oh, I'm super hungry. It's almost midnight. I gotta go get me some hummus or something. The meat and fuck games are still going? That's wild. That's crazy. That's not getting into all the actual explosions you caused, or were otherwise involved with. Suspicious. Made you go to counseling for not paying attention, you were just bored. Yeah, when I was in 2nd grade, they wanted to spank me for 2 different reasons. One of them was because I already knew how to read, Or no, that was different. Second grade was they wanted to spank me because I was doing all of my work too fast, so they didn't know what to do with me. The other one was they wanted to spank me because I already knew how to read, so they didn't have anything for me to do. This was like in first grade, I think. They were like, yeah, we don't know what to do with him, but so like he doesn't have anything to do in class because he already knows how to read. So can we spank him so that he'll sit still and not act up in class? Gotta love Christian schools in Florida. Made you take an ADHD test where can you focus for 5 minutes and press a button whenever a thing pops up? Pass with flying colors. Oh, that doesn't sound like a massive challenge. Wanted to spank you because you were overachieving. Yeah, because, like, I would do all of my work and then I wouldn't have anything to do, so I would just, like, tap my fingers, tap my pens, I would go try to talk to my friends. Were you still in Canada? No, when I was super young. I moved up to Canada in 3rd grade. So, right, okay, the stories. Sign-in story. Let's do sign-in story first. So, late grade 12, I was super depressed. I barely ever, I could barely get out of bed, didn't give a shit, hated being at school, except for one class. I would go out of my way to go to one specific class, but everything else just, like, absolutely miserable. I was having a bad time. So, one day after I had, woken up late, I was just like, fuck it. I'm just not going to class until lunchtime, until after lunch. So I got out of bed, got dressed, went to school, and I went to sign myself in. And because I was 18 at the time, I could just sign myself in and out whenever I wanted. So I signed myself in, went to class, went home, everything was fine. And my mom, you know, she got a phone call and she was like, hey, could you come here? I need to talk to you. And I was like, oh, am I in trouble? Is that the school? And she was like, yeah, it was a school. You're not in trouble. They just wanted to call me to let me know that you apparently signed into class late because of an acute onset of apathy, and they just wanted to call me to let me know that because it's the funniest thing they've ever seen. And I'm like, oh, cool. Whew! So, despite my absolutely abysmal attendance rating in the second half of my grade 12 school year, I did graduate. And I got to say I told you so to the vice principal who said I wasn't going to. Garbage can story now. This was back in middle school. I was walking through the... Oh no, internet! Come back, frames! Want to hear about the one class that made you get out of bed? It was computer engineering. Like, we would work with breadboards for making, like, circuits, wires and stuff. We would make little LED displays count from, like, 1 to 10 and stuff like that. We learned binary. It was great. We did, like, a little bit of basic programming, and that interfaced with the circuit boards sometimes, and the instructor was really cool, and whenever I was done with my work in class, there was Super Metroid on a ZSNES installation on one of the computers in the back of the room. So I would just play Super Metroid, and I think my friend, my actual good friend, fighting game friend, was also in that class at the time. So that was fun. That was a great class. Garbage can story. In middle school, there was a small dude who hated me. He was, like, at least a foot shorter than me. And he didn't like me. I don't remember why he didn't like me, but he didn't like me. And he was constantly challenging me to fights. He's just like, hey, meet me at the soccer goal post after school. And I'm like, no. Maybe it was just because I was so dismissive of him trying to, like, be a bully. But he was, you know, Napoleon complex kind of thing. He was just short and angry. He had a couple of bigger friends, but, and he would try to look tough by having the bigger friends flank him when he's walking down the hall. But one time, he was walking out of a classroom. I was walking into the classroom. And I bumped into him. Because we were both walking through the door frame at the same time. I was not trying to, like, get anything going, but I just, like, bump into him. And he goes off. He starts throwing punches directly at my face. And it's like I am being gently battered with a feather pillow. Absolutely nothing going on behind those punches he was throwing. And so, like, I just, like, get my elbow up against myself and just kind of, like, shove him away with my elbow. And he trips over his own feet and goes ass first into the garbage can. And he goes all the way into the garbage can. His head was below, like, the rim of the garbage can. All that was like sticking out of the garbage can was his feet. And he was fucking pissed. But he had just, like, thrown a bunch of punches and then got immediately deposited directly into a garbage can, so he wasn't going to try and, like, pull anything else. And from that point on, every time we would pass each other in the hallway, he would, like, give me the stink eye, but he never tried to pick a fight with me after that. And I would just tell my friends, just like, hey, was he punching you? And just like, it was fucking nothing, dude. It was pathetic, actually. That's a real shame they'd be throwing away a perfectly good white boy. Yeah, it was a good time. There are a couple of other stories that I like to tell, but I can't call any of them immediately to mind right now. And also, I've been going for almost 5 hours. So, Hat pulled a heat move. Yeah, it was really great. Germa was your enemy. Meet me at the soccer field for an ass kicking. Yeah. Alright. Absolutely dumpstered. Yeah, dumpstered was probably the best way to put it. I enjoy looking back on that, because fuck that dude. Anyways, thank you so much for hanging out, everybody. I hope folks enjoyed me talking about anime and telling stories and stuff. I enjoy telling stories, even if I don't have a massive wealth of them. I got a couple of old reliables that I can whip out if need be. Upcoming streams, Tuesday is more Yakuza Kiwami 2. Thursday is going to be the start of Klonoa. And Saturday is going to be more Minecraft. Raid Rat. Alright. I'll get that set up here. But first, thanks again to Dan for the gift sub, Badrick for the $20 donation, Dan for the $20 donation, Calt for the $13.37 donation, and Fletcher for the resub. So where's the raid button? There it is. It's a salty rat, right? Is it underscores? Wait, no. There it is. A salty rat, one word, right? Yeah, okay, they're there. They're playing Valorant. MLG Gaming over there. Good stream, did this instead of being productive. Well, I hope you at least enjoyed it. So we'll go ahead and send y'all over to a salty rat. But thanks again for showing up and hanging out and chatting and all that good stuff, and hopefully I will see you all again tomorrow for Yakuza Kiwami 2. Have a good one.